I saw the icon for Squidlet. Yeah! Keep Squidlet on my desktop. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Squidlet! So, this is a Patreon pick from the lovely Hall. Hall, thank you so much for requesting this game. It has been an experience. We are currently in Ashton's story, and we're about to face off with the ghost. As vengeance for what happened. So, I guess continue. Okay, no problem, Kotana. Have a lovely evening. Take care of yourself. Enjoy your pizzas. Enjoy them. But yeah. Exclamation point this game. Exclamation point trigger. If you want to check out things about the letter. If you guys don't already know. I think a lot of you that are in chat already do. But just in case someone's lurking, just know this does have quite a few triggers. So, there's that. Let's go! Oh God, I don't remember at all. New. Okay. When Ashton showed up at the pub's main lounge again, he found Isabella alone in a corner. Alright, we had a good time with Zach, not so much with Isabel. She accidentally brought up the idea of going back to the mansion. Despite agreeing, he insisted she would only put herself at risk. Although she acquiesced, dismay was clear in her face. It was acquiesced. I assume just like agreed. A ghost fist, if you will. When it gets creepy, it hits you like a fist. You know what? Oh my God. So Ash has decided he's going to the mansion to investigate, but refuses to take anyone with him because it might put them in danger. Right. Because he's stupid. I just hope I won't regret what I've chosen for myself tonight. I will! Galway Shaw's Monday night crowd, although small and barely occupies a quarter of the whole pub, provides ample enough cover for anyone who wishes to leave the place unnoticed. Just exactly what I need tonight. With the lively music and chatter slipping out, mostly unseen, becomes a piece of cake. Without much trouble, soon enough I find myself standing outside under the chilly Luxborn night. A gust of wind picks up shortly after I step out, carrying the telltale smell of an impending rain. I'll give it about an hour or two before it starts. From the looks of it, tonight will be another downpour, maybe even stronger than the one we've had this morning. On instinct, I hunch further into my jacket, hugging its thick material closer to my body while I weave my way through the lines of empty cars in the parking lot. The letter crinkles in my pocket. The letter crinkles in my pocket with each step I take, though I pay no mind as I hurry towards my car. I've nicked it minutes ago from Isabella's belongings on my way out. If this is all connected, I need this damn piece of paper with me. However ridiculous it sounds. I'm quite sure it won't be missed either, but I can't waste time here and wait for her to find out, can I? 4 hours is all I'm giving myself to get this done. 3 if I'm inclined to go by the rule Z-Man set, but when have I ever? Regardless of how generous that is, each second's just as important as the next. But as with every plan, problems crop up at the last second. It's practically a universal rule, and it does, in the form of a lone figure waiting for me next to my car. Isabella turns just as I near, her mouth curving up in a small smile. She offers no greeting except for a shy tilt of her head. Even as my pace slows and I look at her with all the unvoiced questions in my eyes, she remains wordless, merely throwing her head back and shifting her attention up at the starless sky. When I come up to stand beside her, another gust of wind blows as she breathes out a heavy sigh. Heavy sigh works too, but breathes out a sigh, weary, thick, with someone close to resignation. The breeze carries all of it away, while she hugs her arms closer to herself to keep warm. Which raises the question, why she's out here. The air's already heavy with the promise of rain. With clouds obscuring the view, there's really nothing left to look at but a dark blanket of nothingness. I forgot how much he inner monologues. still stands here as if she's intentionally waiting for everything to fall. That, or she's here for some other reason.
Well, I can't bring you with me.
I know. I won't ask you to.
Go back inside. G will keep an eye on you while I'm gone. You can trust him. And hey, you also have Z-Man with you.
Don't worry. I will. In a while. I just want a bit of fresh air.
Well, don't stay out there too long. It's going to rain soon. It'll probably be even heavier than the downpour we had this morning. You wouldn't want to be caught in it.
I give her shoulder a reassuring squeeze before walking past her and heading to my car. No 2 steps further, though, something pulls the back of my jacket, catching the fabric in a firm grip and halting my movements.
Isabella, I need to go.
She refuses to meet my eyes, but her hold remains tight. There's a worried crease between her eyebrows, and her lip quivers ever so slightly when she speaks. In a small voice, brimming with a different kind of desperation I can't quite place.
Rebecca's gone.
She draws in a breath, slow, soft, lined with enough sorrow that it hitches.
And if that thing takes you, too?
Hope not! The rest of it falters, but the meaning, the gravity, in each of her words rings loudly above the passing breeze, hanging over us, lingering in between. A small, little thing that spurs me into silence, like the wind has suddenly been knocked out of me in one fell swoop. No words will form. Not even a single coherent thought. And so, in place of it, in place of everything untold and we've taken for granted, I draw her in, gently, quietly, pulling her against me until my arms settle around her shoulders.
Ash?
For a fleeting second, she freezes, startled, and looks up at me with hesitation and a silent question in her eyes. Whatever answer she finds in mine, eventually, she allows this. She folds herself into me, burying her face into my shoulder, and settles her arms on my sides, unsure, uncertain.
It'll be over soon. I'll figure it out. I'll find a way to get us out of this. But no matter what happens, I want you to promise that you will stay alive until then. Because if I lose you to her as well, I have no idea what else would keep me grounded.
When all has been said and done, I rest my forehead against hers, eyes closed, and simply taking in her warmth. Desperation still clings, woven into every breath, every sigh. But at the heart of it is this. Her. No words are said, even as we part. But I let this be the last thing I commit to memory before slipping inside my car and driving off. Aww, that was cute. Aww. Ashton left for the mansion at nightfall, but when he got to his car, he found Isabella waiting for him. Although she had no intention of stopping him, she revealed a fear of losing more people in her life. Before leaving, he admitted the same fears, but promised her that it'd be over soon. So it varies. Oh, so who this is varies depending on your relationship with people, and indeed on your relationship level with them. That makes sense. Isabella is our highest, and then Zachary. I'm surprised Zachary wasn't hanging out out there, but I guess because it's trying to encourage a relationship or dating first. But also, like, if Rebecca was alive, she is slightly higher, I think, than Isabella. Because, like, I think her baseline is where Isabella is right now. So, fuck Luke. Always fuck Luke. Nobody likes Luke. And indeed, yeah, no, okay. I read it. Wanted to make sure. So. Hot damn. Okay, we're save. Save in a new place. Within 10 minutes, I'm driving out of Luxborn and heading straight for Anselm Village. In the distance, flashes of lightning light up the horizon. Great! It's gonna be a storm. White and sharp against the black curtain of night. Thunder threatens with a rumble seconds later, echoing long across the sky. And with one last roar, The sky is open in earnest. November 1st, Tuesday. Is this the farthest we've gotten? Hold up. Yes. Oh, it's the last day. Oh, that's anxiety inducing. All right. Because of course, how can you have a horror showdown without a storm? What showdown? We still have Luke. Oh. We still have Luke. Why is this a climax? All right. I guess it's a climax for his story, but the rain fall in fast. I think it's supposed to be falls in fast. Steady sheets, creating shallow puddles on the dirt path, drenching everything the eyes can reach. Despite having grown up in the city, I still despise the rain. Living here doesn't mean I have to like it. Lucky me. I've reached the mansion before the downpour has turned torrential. We still have Luke. Oh well, perhaps we can fix that. Apparently it's really difficult to kill Luke, which I hate. It is his climax. Giggity. The long slog from Anselm Village by foot has already been made difficult by the light drizzle and biting winds buffeting against my body every few seconds. Why are you, like, letting me know something? Oh. Thanks. River paid me. I think it's River. Yay! Chat. River filled out an application yesterday and got an email today asking when she can come in for an interview. Pog? That's some exciting shit. Especially since it's one she would prefer over the other one she applied for. So. But now she has to buy, like, nice pants. Or a nice skirt, but I don't think she's going to do that. So nice pants. Yeah. The long slog from... Wait. I read that. By the time I've found cover under the trees lining the vicinity of the mansion, my shoulders are already drenched. My hair is also sticking against my skin and out in every possible direction. Thankfully, the letter, taser, and gun I've brought with me has remained relatively dry. That's the most important thing. Who's this going to work against? Also, aren't Luke and Hannah here? Maybe not Hannah. Maybe she's at someone's place. But, like, Luke still lives here. Yeah, showdown at the mansion. Don't let the people know you're going in. That live there. Congrats, River, right? I'm excited. Alright. However, those are the least of my problems at the moment. Sometime after the housewarming party, scumbag, Wright, has suddenly grown a brain and tightened the security around the mansion. Well, yeah. A guard is now stationed in every possible entry point. The main entryway, the back door leading to the kitchens. Hell, it's almost a miracle no one has spotted me once I entered the property, although that's probably because I've kept close to the forest. While I can always create a clever way in for myself under this deluge, it'll be difficult to do so without making much noise or leaving tracks. Actually, with the rain, it'll probably be really easy to not leave tracks, right? Or I guess you'll leave tracks because of mud, but at the same time, it'll be washed away so they won't know with the shoes. Yeah. Yay, River!
I don't really have the luxury either, do I?
Considering how off this place feels since I've stepped in the property and the mansion came into view, there's a few grammatical errors that have been happening really frequently in the last few sentences. Every light is off. It says lights. Even with the security personnel on patrol outside, the whole house itself, it feels empty, eerie, too quiet. Normally, I'll pass it off as some kind of power outage because of the storm. It's not a far-off conclusion when this place is almost in the middle of nowhere. However, something just feels wrong.
Something happened here.
Or about to. It's the sole reason why I haven't done anything yet. Simply observing, watching, listening for anything. I might be pressed for time, but I'm not a careless idiot. Although I need a way in, desperately so, moving without thinking will only endanger me. With so many unknown variables and what we're dealing with, I also have to act on an assumption that someone is always in danger, especially in this place. Yeah, they have been fixing little things like that steadily over time since the game came out. That makes sense. I can't act impetuously. As much as I hate Wright, I'm not about to cause his death because of one thoughtless action. Oh, please do. Please do. That's just... The game would be over after this because I wouldn't have to play him. And that would be goals. Hashtag goals. No, I know I'd still have to play a story, but... Just saying. I don't care as much as Ash does right now. If there's a place he deserves to be at, it's in prison, not a morgue. I was like, wow, my was really loud, and then I realized it was her, and it scared the shit out of me. Both is good was what I was gonna say, but she froze me dead. It's fine. So when a hoarse, painful sob suddenly rings out, above the louder pitter-patter of rain, only then do I stir. A woman. Perhaps a servant? Or worse, Hannah Wright. Or neither. She's here. It's coming from the forest? Don't go... No! Just right up ahead, in fact. Not too far from the house. Regardless, I give the place a quick, weary glance before following the noise. Don't follow the noise! I haven't been given an option, so... I'm gonna move my coffee over here just in case there's a quick time event and I accidentally spill it. Ignore the forest, you fool! Carefully keeping to the shadows, one cautious step after another. Louder and louder it goes as I near. Why? Until it abruptly turns into a loud, desperate, anguished cry. Anguished cry! Uwu. Anguished cry. I break into a run. One nervous hand, ready on the gun, holstered at my hip, and the other raised for balance as I scurry across the dense understory. Why? Sue, thank you for the 666. How dare you? Thank you. Has Ashton learned nothing? Oh, right. That reminds me. Oops. I said during horror games. Oops. Hold on. Please hold. Please hold. Please hold. Just so someone doesn't waste anything and it doesn't go where it's not supposed to. Or like you want it to scare me, that kind of thing. Because Banshee is still, I'm trying to remember to enable it during horror games. Because Banshee is still loud and scary. Anguished quiet uwu. Rip my heart. Stress. Creepy twins voice. Come play with us. I know. We've had Ash's QTE, that damn elevator, only one per chapter. Oh, okay. So now it's just decisions. Ooh. Has Ashton learned nothing? He has learned nothing. Dead leaves crunch under my shoes, but I pay it no mind. There's only the voice, the woman, and nothing. Abruptly, it all stops, and I am met with a sudden hush. Blank. Empty. Almost deafening in its stillness. Even with my labored breathing and pounding heartbeats against my ears. Behind me, another branch breaks and...
Help me.
Dread surges within me while I spin around and take a hard step back, ignoring the chilly pinpricks crawling at the back of my neck. It should be the back of my neck. But before I can even meet her eyes, the world unexpectedly pitches sideways, tilting, and tilting till the ground beneath me finally crumbles. My hands fight for purchase, only to meet air. And then, by then, it's too late.
Ah!
My foot slips further, and the rest of my body follows. Dark spots blur the edges of my vision. Black tendrils twist and coil around my limbs. Soft footfalls echo from the far distance, scurrying, scampering, moving in an odd rhythm with the sharp, piercing notes of her laughter. But more than that are the voices, lacing venom inside every crevice in my head. Murmurs that jeer, scoff, and deride. Over. It's because you didn't listen. And over. It's all your fault. And over again. Why won't you believe me? A reminder of what I failed to do and of who I've failed. What I'm trying to desperately fix. A scream threatens to burst, but my throat closes off. Ever so slowly, a chill seeps into every nerve in my body, washing away every sensation in me, apart from one. There's only fear. Once again, her laughter echoes, a sound both bitter and unforgiving. It is the last thing I hear before she reaches for me. The ground trembles. The world slows to a stop. Are we gonna help? Oh, I can't remember her name. Marianne? Marianne's just been chilling down here for days. It's fine. Help me. Yeah, fuck you. All right. We're in the basement. Everything's probably fine. Marianne, if she's alive, I know. We don't know. Half darkness greets me when my eyes finally snap open. The soft patter of dripping water somewhere spurring my consciousness further. Oh wait, new. The storm had started in earnest when Ashton arrived at the mansion. While trying to find a way in, the detective noticed the eerie silence that had enveloped the place. Something was wrong inside, but before he could figure it out, the sobs of a woman suddenly echoed. Secret dungeon! Yeah. A few short moments, I remained still, blinking away the dizziness, allowing my vision to adjust to the lack of light and my breathing to even out first, before pushing myself up on one arm and attempting to stand. Turning alone is a struggle on its own. An inch of movement sends a stab of sharp pain up my arms and my back, giving me another pause.
Shit. I hope I didn't break anything. Fuck.
There doesn't seem to be any injury or a major fracture, although the whole of my back does feel sore and raw. Probably from where I've skidded down prior to landing myself here. A comforting thought. The second attempt comes easier later, though no less painful. Oh, you bear. Excuse me. And by the time I'm back on my feet, the exertion has left me gasping in short, shallow breaths and leaning heavily on the wall nearest to me. Behind me, a light draft blows in from where I've fallen in. Did you just fall? The ground legitimately fell from beneath you? Is that what just happened? I thought maybe the ghost brought him here. Coming in short, sharp bursts into what's apparently an underground tunnel and brings in the fresh, earthy smell of rain from the top side. Regardless, it fails to mask the old, musty scent of the place. A mixture of mold, mildew, dust, grease, and something distinctly foul. Like death. More worrisome than the putrid, festering smell, however, are the cells that line both sides of the tunnel. Under the dim light, I can barely make out what's inside some of them. But I already have a few ideas, all of which I refuse to delve into at the moment. Knowing how long this mansion has stood, somehow, no matter how unexpected finding the existence of this place is, it isn't too surprising.
I wonder if Scumbag knows about this.
Sorry, right-clicked. Probably not. Unless he's also the kind of person who takes joy in inflicting this kind of suffering on others. I don't really think so. He's rotten to the core, but not that rotten. He'll probably balk at this. What is this? I have a text. I don't like it. Like a rotten trap door or cellar door or something that gave way as he stepped on it is my guess. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, good. Yay. I didn't know I had automatic text letting me know my payments went through, but well, sure. Okay. That's fine. He'll probably balk at this, move out at the first opportunity, and have it demolished. The very idea of what has occurred in this place years ago makes me reel as well. I've known long ago places like this tend to hold secrets. Secrets. This, though, if this is just the tip of the iceberg, just the tip. I fear that I may discover I fear what I may discover in the mansion itself and the tale behind that fucking letter. But fear is inconsequential. As unpleasant as the sight of this place might also be the only way for me to get inside unnoticed. Sighing and taking one last gulp of clean air, I push away from the wall and delve deeper into the passage.
Let's just hope it'll be smooth sailing from here on.
Turns out that, alone, is too much to ask for this early. Marianne! No 20 paces into it, another sound abruptly rises above my footfalls, rebounding off the hollow walls and echoing inaudibly across the whole span of the tunnel before fading away just as swiftly as it rang. I pause, nevertheless, straining my ears for more of it, while I gradually move my hand to my side, slow and steady until the tips of my fingers brush off the gun's handle. Although cold against my skin, it's the closest thing I have to comfort at the moment. For a long moment I wait, holding my breath, watching every form, edge, and shadow at the corner of my vision for any movement. After a heartbeat and nothing, I allow the tension to ease out of me in the form of a long, slow exhale that reverberates around the whole passage. Oh, I clicked off. Ah! Thank you for the blessies. Thank you, guys. Also, okay. Thank you for the blessies, guys. All right.
Who's there?
Perhaps it's because of what has happened earlier and how I've ended up here, or maybe it's because of my training. But in spite of the panic and fear in that voice, I don't immediately answer. Instead, I pull my gun free from its holster and wordlessly draw closer to where the voice rings out once again. Afraid. Frantic. Weak?
I'm asking you a question. Who's there?
It's only after I've released the safety do I answer, while continuing my approach in a careful, steady pace.
I think I should be the one asking you that. Who are you? Show yourself.
I can't. I'm stuck in here.
Well, a ghost will definitely not be saying that, unless they're trying to get you closer, or have a conversation like this, or be stuck anywhere. And as if to prove her point, she extends a hand from one of the cells ahead and waves. Then she pulls back, grips the iron balls, and rattles it lightly.
I can't get out. Can you help?
In 5 quick steps, I'm standing in front of the cell, and sure enough, a woman's inside. Slumped on the floor, holding the bars with shaking hands, clinging to it as if it's the only thing keeping her upright. And not just any woman.
McLaughlin?
McLaughlin. It's the same one I met at G's 5 days ago, smashed drunk and babbling her frustrations about her employers.
Holmes?
No, not McLaughlin. McCollough. McCollough? I think that's how you pronounce it. Marianne McCollough, famous interior designer extraordinaire. Not so extraordinary now, with how exhausted and feeble she looks, trapped in a jail cell of all things. Her breathing's shallow, and there's a paleness to her complexion. Sunken eyes, cracked lips, dry skin. All signs pointing to starvation and dehydration.
What? How long have you been stuck in here?
3 days? 4? I don't know. I have no idea anymore.
Here, I can tell you. There she is. Oh wait, that's it, right? Yeah. What? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's been 4 days. Also, don't you need water within like 3 or 4 days, or you die of dehydration? You like can live without food for a week, but you need water sooner, right? Marianne lives for now. She lives. Apparently the ghost believes that leaving people to rot down here is the same as death. Apparently. Thank you for the blessies. Marianne, I forgot she called him Holmes. I forgot to. All right. Wait, why are we laughing at me? Because I'm counting the days? You know?
I just fell in and that woman, whatever. Can you get me out of here? Please.
In a moment. But here, go feed yourself first before you fall over.
Aw. I fished out an energy bar from my pocket and handed it to her. She's lucky I always have one on my person. You should have a water bottle too. For sudden emergencies or extended stakeouts, a little sugar to keep me going. Like any starving person, she wastes no time making a grab for it, unwrapping it straight away, and taking taking in whole mouthfuls of it. Taking it whole. Hated that phrase. Hi, Hex Girl. Hello, hello. How'd she get down here again? I forgot. I think the ghost lured her in, or she blacked out and woke up here. I can't remember. I don't entirely remember either. Relief washes over her face on the first bite alone, although she's going to need more than that if what she said is true. But for the moment, it's enough to keep her alive. Good thing she seems to have the sense to prioritize survival over comfort, if the puddle on the corner of the cell indicates anything. Ew. Without water, the human body can only survive 3 days. Okay, no food. And I'll give it an average of 3 weeks, though even then, it won't be a pretty experience. Granted, some have survived longer than that. She's still fortunate I found her when she did. I'm guessing they're insinuating something that I'm not going to think that hard about. Taking it whole would be very difficult. It'd be a very different dungeon. Yes, it would be. Now to get her out. My bobby pins won't be of any use here. Not like I need it. Unlike the ones we have at the precinct, a simple barrel hinge holds the gates to the cell together. Even without any special tools, I'll be able to lift the door and free her. However, with how heavy it seems, I'll need a lever of some sort to help.
What are you looking for?
Some wood, a 2x4, I guess, a plank or a pipe?
The ghost was planning to have her kill herself to join Lorraine, the schoolgirl who killed herself when Marianne rejected her confession, but Marianne refused and ended up escaping into here. Okay, so she got trapped down here.
Anything I can use as a lever. Wait here.
The hallway yields nothing but dust, dirt, and a few rusted chains scattered about. While I may find something in one of the open cells, I'm reluctant to check or even step in. We can't have another person trapped in here, however McCollough ended up inside.
Well, there's no...
My head snaps back to her. McCollough extricates a wooden board from under the mess of hay, twine near her. Okay, last joke. Ash just asked, got wood? Yeah. Without prompting, she slips it through what little space there is between the bars. It's short, but appears thick and sturdy enough for my intended purpose upon closer inspection. Excuse me, insinuating what? I took it as though people have survived longer than average without water. She's lucky I found her before she was worse off. Oh, I thought it was insinuating possibly that she was drinking her own, maybe. Which is something like, it's a survival method, but I thought it dehydrates you faster, so I don't remember. Blech. Good
enough.
I hope. I get to work at once, anchoring the other end of the plank at the base of the door and applying ample force on the other end. It takes a bit of effort, no kidding about the heavy part. Still, a grunt, a gasp, a creak. Oh! In a matter of minutes, with a little help from her on the other side, the door eventually lifts off its hinges. It falls off the ground with a loud, ugly, metallic thud, but the sound of it puts elation on McCollough's face. She doesn't even ask for help. As soon as she can, she hastily crawls out of the prison she has accidentally found herself in. more than happy to get out of it despite lacking the strength to stand firmly on her feet.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Prison break. We got prison break as an achievement. Yeah, it dehydrates you faster? Okay, I thought so.
After the second day, I was so sure I was going to die in there. If you didn't show up... today. I don't even want to think about it.
How did you even end up here?
Is it a possibility that he can't show up here? Or if... Because I know if she went with the ghost, she would be dead. But if she ends up here, is there a way Ash can't end up here? Or does he always end up here by story? For a second, she appears hesitant, looking away and fumbling awkward with her fingers.
I was looking for something. Someone.
A contemplative expression flickers in her eyes. Something that's close to wistful. Like when a person remembers a memory she's fond of. It doesn't take too long, but it still leaves me the impression that I've suddenly walked into something private. Something deeply personal for her. I'd rather not ask. Also, it contains toxins that your kidneys removed, so yeah, it's not so good. I didn't think so. Okay.
So this whole tunnel, at the end of it, it leads right inside the mansion?
The wine cellar.
Right into the kitchen, then.
There's a door of some sorts. I don't know. I think I pulled or pressed something somewhere. I was in a hurry.
Unless Ash dies before this scene, which I'm not sure is possible, then I think as long as she survives her ghost encounter, she can be found. Well, there's no way Ash can't make it to the mansion. Okay. And I think he always ends up down here, but if Marianne is dead, he finds her body instead of rescuing her. Gotcha. That makes sense.
And I'm not sure if it'll open from this side. Hell, this place wasn't even in the floor plans.
What do you mean?
Does she have like a tear here, or is that on my monitor?
Does that really matter now? We have to get out of here. People died in this place. Kids! Oh God! Kids! I could have shown you, but that thing won't turn back on anymore. It's like it only waited for me to see it before shutting down or something. How long has that thing even been in there? But those poor kids. All because of that thing.
Wait, hold on. What are you talking about right now?
The bloody letter! Ever since I've read that thing, since that day at the open house, she won't leave me. But it should be fine now, right? I broke it. I broke all of it. She shouldn't be able to do anything now.
McCollough, one at a time.
It's all that fucking paper's fault!
I mean, fair.
Oh God. Oh God. Dear Lord in St. Adelaide, bless those poor souls.
I mean, she's been down here 4 days.
We're not safe here. We need to leave. If we stay here any longer...
McCollough!
Abruptly, she stops, looks back at me with wild, panic-stricken eyes. I've seen enough of it so many times these past few days, from my own friends even, to know she has seen things, the kind that'll easily make any person go mad. And perhaps we slowly are. Well, she's been down here 4 days! Oops. Duh! Actually, that's not a bad idea. Let's save. The longer this takes, the faster our descent into it becomes. I can't even tell which one's worse, death or this. Seems like no matter what we end up with, there'll be something horrible waiting for us. I need to hurry.
I need to get inside this place, and you're more familiar with its layout. If you can help me.
What? No! Why would I go back? Are you sure you haven't gotten raving mad yet? An exit's right here.
And this business with the letter has to end at some point. Look, I know you're not very fond of Luke Wright.
Damn right I'm not. He can just go.
But are you really sure you want to leave him like this? And what about his wife?
It strikes a chord. She falters, grows quiet as the tension lifts from her and her shoulders slump. Yeah, Hannah reminds her of her dead friend. I do understand her issues with this. In fact, she doesn't have to go with me. Only tell me enough info so I can figure it out on my own. She can always leave afterwards. Be done with this whole damn mansion and letter. The other end of this tunnel leads right into the forest. That's not a great place to go right now. It'll provide ample cover for her to be able to slip out of the property unnoticed. All the same, she steels herself and squares her
just until
shoulders.
The kitchens.
That's more than enough.
She nods, albeit weakly. Wait, fudge. Then without another word, she gestures for me to follow, leading me further into the passage. Wait, there's new? Alright. After his fall, Ashton found himself in an underground passage when he came to. There he encountered Marianne McCollough, who got trapped in one of the jail cells for several days. The detective managed to free her, and in turn, she helped him find a way into the mansion. Occasionally, she'll stop, find purchase on the wall to catch her breath, but throughout the short walk, she asks for neither a break nor assistance. I suppose that's something we have in common. Eventually, we get to a dead end. Although before I can question her on it, she begins palming for something on the wall, tracing her fingers along weathered edges of the bricks with a frown on her face.
It should be somewhere here, I think.
What the hell are you doing?
She merely holds up a hand, begging for my silence, and continues searching. Then, without warning, a few minutes later, something clicks. A portion of the wall shifts ajar to reveal a glimpse of another room. Bottles lining the walls, liquor barrels for aging. The wine cellar, indeed.
The ladder to the kitchen is on the far end of this room.
Surreal. This is all nothing but a surreal nightmare. But after everything, should this even surprise me? Ghosts, curses, hidden passages. I can't even bring myself to question the existence of this door anymore. I simply follow her to the undercroft without a single question, in spite of a number of them already swimming inside my head. As a kid, I used to crave for this kind of adventure. The stuff of mystery and detective novels, daring chases and interesting cases to solve, suspects to put behind bars, justice to serve. I was blinded, I admit. Now, I simply want this to be over. We leave the door open in case there's a need for a quick exit, especially after she mentions it's only by chance she was able to open the door last time. We can't waste time finding the switch again on occasion something goes horribly wrong. There is bound to be, with me, a feeling this high-strung and tense. I'm not even sure why I thought it'd be a good idea to enlist McCullough's help. Although she has been quite helpful so far, I can't shake off the horrible feeling something's going to happen to her if she stays with me. Even if I'm her safest bet, if she wants to get out of this place alive.
You really believe that, don't you?
Did you say something?
McCollough pauses mid-step, turning to me confused.
I didn't.
You sure? I just heard...
Don't you think I'll be the first person who'll know? Look, the ladder leading to the kitchen's up ahead. You might want to hurry. I just want to be done with this place.
See? You dragged another one.
Is that Rebecca's voice? I wonder if that changes. This time, I'm sure. There's really a voice. Well, voices. Despite the look of protest McCullough shoots me, I find myself stopping and looking for it, searching the immediate surrounding for a familiar form of the woman. I don't even have to venture too far from where I'm standing. Just an arm's length away from me, mirror shards littered the floor. And right on the biggest fragments. Oh, it's all of them. Zach. I can't tell the difference. Is that Rebecca and that Isabella? And then her. They speak. All singing the same mocking tune against my ears, letting it echo throughout the small undercroft. Murmurs and laughters, jeering, scoffing, deriding, lacing venom into every crevice in my head. It's kind of a mix of voices, yeah, apparently. Taunting me.
You dragged another person into this, Ashton.
Into another one of your silly little problems.
That's Zach.
All because you can't fix them on your own.
That's Rebecca. The first one was Isabel. Yeah, it's all of them.
You really haven't changed, have you? Some hero you are.
Useless.
Pathetic.
Pathetic. Sorry, I can't take that one seriously.
You're wrong.
Damn it, Evangelion. My mistake lies in the first instance I've answered. The very second denial has slipped from my mouth. Their words have also seeped into my heart, allowing it to prod at and rouse my temper. Despite knowing they are merely doing this to goad me, each word, each syllable trickle into me, spurring the guilt I hope I've long buried.
Are we? Or is that simply what you've been telling yourself all this time?
Asuka, yeah.
Something to make yourself feel better, perhaps? What about Becca? Oh, the way she fell to her death. But all you did was watch. Someone's dead because of you.
You're the one who took that letter off Isabella's hand that day. You're the one who opened it.
How does it feel, I wonder? To know you're responsible for all of this?
What do you think I'm doing? Why do you think I'm still trying to fix this?
Oh, but you can't. It's already too late. And you know that. You know all of this is futile.
Just face it, Ashton Frey. You're a failure, and they are the ones who have to pay for it.
A badge and a gun, and you still can't protect your own friends.
I could be wrong, but my hypothesis is, and don't let me know because we're not done with Ashton, but I feel like if all of them are dead, it's going to be even harder to save Ashton. Whereas if all of them were alive, it would be really easy to save Ashton. I don't know. But I feel like because his friends are so core to his playthrough so far, they really matter for him specifically. First it's a ghost, now it's a Wendigo. I think it's still a ghost. Just fucking with him.
For an old man.
Can't even bring the right to justice.
You know what?
Can't even keep his own family together.
Actually, I'm trying to remember his family. I don't remember the story of his family.
No wonder they left you. Before you do the same thing to them.
Mom and Dad are better off without little old you, aren't they? It's a good thing they had the sense.
Pitiful, isn't it? Some detective you are. Some friend you are. Some son you are. You might as well just throw that rank away. You're no use to people either way.
Shut it!
I hate this. I hate how this monster can easily get through to me. Every weakness, every insecurity it knows. To hear it said in my friends' voices, even more so. But what I hate above all of it is...
You know it's true, though.
All of it. It's why all you can do is tell us to shut up. You don't want to hear a single word, because you're already aware of it.
This is a weird nitpicky thing that has nothing to do with anything. But I've noticed the teeth get less and less descriptive this way. So she has the most detailed teeth. It's because I'm staring at them. His are a little less detailed, but still you can see in each individual tooth. Hers less so. They start to get more ambiguous. And then Rebecca just has a solid tooth. Which, I mean, this is how I draw teeth. But like... It's just like the inconsistency of teeth. I think it's the same artist though, so that's just interesting. Anyway,
you can't even admit it to yourself. Who's the coward now?
She's got a tooth.
But no matter how hard you try, you're not gonna be able to save anyone.
Okay, because I find, well, like with her it works because she's creepy, but like I find when you get too detailed with teeth, especially this one, it becomes distracting, unless you're going for like hyper realism, but this is like gestural, so I find it to be a little distracting, so that's why I tend to go with a solid tooth, because it's more gestural like the rest of the skin is and stuff. This isn't too bad, because you can't see most of it, but yeah, like I find Zach's to be very distracting here. Hers makes sense because yeah. Hi Ash! Dentistry has never been easier. Tooth. Just a solid tooth. That would suck though, because if one part of your tooth goes bad, like you have to take out the whole thing. Hi Ash! You guys should be following and watching Ash versus the World if you're not already, because she's absolutely wonderful and I love her face. Please go do that thing. Oh, it'd be a nightmare, yeah. It'd be worse. One singular tooth. Hi Anna. Hello, hello. I'm unworthy? You are absolutely worthy of all the things. I would know. I would know. I don't know why I know, but I know. How goes the letter? It goes okay for now. We're trying to hopefully keep Ash alive. And this is the last stressful person I have to try and keep alive, because after this, I have to play this bitch. And I don't give a fuck what happens to him. This racist fuck can die for all I care. I really don't. I know he probably won't because he's apparently the hardest to kill. But like... I don't care when I play through him what happens to him. I kind of care about Ashton. I've liked him more as I've played him. I didn't like him in the beginning as we played through the others, but now that I've played him, I more understand his thought process and I really like him. He's not actually a dick. He's just overthinking everything, which mood. Double the shout outs, double the love. But on the other hand, you cannot get anything between your teeth, so they are less likely to get bad. I mean, true. Pluses and minuses. But what if you have naturally bad enamel? After this, we'll be trying to kill Luke. I just won't care. I won't be nervous. I'm nervous right now because we're at like the climax of Ashton and I'm a little anxious. Kat, you can find a way. I mean, I probably can. Racist, womanizing, cheat. Yeah. You could speed brush. And just, yeah, it's fine. We'll figure it out. We'll be determined to kill Luke. No. All right. Yeah.
Shut it! Not a single word anymore.
It laughs, sharp and piercing. As it sound, something in me snaps. A rage hastily unfurling, red filling my vision, and the next thing I know, I'm raising my hand and something grabs my wrist, followed by a buzz as another voice breaks through the haze. McCollough's still standing there.
Don't listen to it!
Yeah. The fog from my mind lifts. Every sound, every noise returns to me, flooding my every senses. All at once, there is this deafening silence. Slowly, I become aware of my surroundings. Bottles of wine, barrels of liquor, the faint, old scent of death and decay somewhere, and a hand holding onto my wrist, as if to keep me from hurting myself. In my hands, a shard. Blood drips from where it cuts my palm, trailing down my wrist until it disappears beyond my sleeve. Not too deep, negligible even. There is a pain, however, a different kind. An ache somewhere else that stems not from the wound, but where every single word has hit. When I glance up at McCollough, she merely stares at me with wide, horrified eyes.
Don't listen to it! No matter what happens, don't do what it says! It's how it gets us.
My grip on the shard falters, but only after I nod and drop it entirely does she release her grip. Afterwards, she simply steps back and looks away, hugging her arm closer to herself. She breathes a sigh, heavy. Perhaps weighted with her own guilt. What this monster might have used against her.
Come on, we're getting close.
She walks off without another comment, but there's worry in her eyes. There's worry in her as she gives the fragments one last glimpse. On the ground, they lie lifeless now. No more voices, no more insults. But even as I walk away, one whispered taunt continues to ring in my ears.
It's useless, Ashton and Frey. You are going to die. And you are going to die alone.
A fear. One that has been long kept in the darkest place in my heart. One that a small part of me wishes for. That's one of my biggest fears. I don't wish for it. Is to die alone. Don't like it. Nope. Good. I'm good. Before he could go deeper into the wine cellar, Ashton began to hear voices coming from the mirror shards on the floor, mocking him for his failures. Though before he could do anything rash, Marianne stopped him. Wait, does he die if Marianne's dead? Does he just die? Like, you can't control it? Belatedly, he realized he had picked up a broken mirror shard. No? Okay. What's Marianne doing while Ash is seemingly shouting at himself? Saving his life, apparently. Apparently. Thank you, Marianne. Trapdoor swings open without much fuss. It isn't even locked, probably left open for when Wright asks for some midnight snack. No, he doesn't go for wine. Bitch goes for absinthe. I make sure the coast is clear, of course, before I pull myself and help McCollough up. The butler of theirs is nowhere to be seen. Good, he's safe. Hopefully. He's not a playable character, so I assume our gay boy is safe, and that makes me happy. He's probably sleeping, attending to his master, or doing some extra late night work before turning in for the night. Meanwhile, Wright won't touch anything to do with menial chores, not even with a 10-foot pole. It's next to impossible for him to linger here. Can't remember how that plays out if Marianne is dead. Maybe he snaps himself out of it. Oh, maybe. No servants. No anyone. Because, yeah, I remember you saying that, I think, that one character doesn't impact the other person's, or, like, won't dictate if they live or die. Could mean they're harder or easier to keep alive, but, like, they're not, because I killed someone or failed something in someone's, it won't kill. So it's not like decidedly killed someone else. Right? I think you said that. That's correct? Okay. And just as easy as that, we're in. I'm in. Hacker Cats chat. Gently, I close the hatch. If things go well, the same path will be our way out. If our luck doesn't hold, that's not an option now, is it? I have people waiting for me. I really don't need to think, I don't want to think about what might happen. Sometimes it's best if we simply revel in the little victories. They're great blessings when everything else is going against you. And in a place like this fraught with unknown dangers, it's a feeling that lasts only but a second. Suddenly a sob. No, that does not sound like Hannah. I don't think. Ringing out from some distant part of the house, echoing through its empty halls. Beside me, slumped on the ground, pale and breathing heavily, McCollough immediately tenses. Why is she slumped on the ground? Her eyes go wide. It should be go wide. And she grips the side of the counter with a force that might be enough to crack it if only she has the strength. As it is, she can barely stand. She hasn't fully recovered. Makes sense of the 3 or more days without proper food or water. And it's this weakness that puts the fear in her eyes. She's aware. If something happens, if there's a need to run, she won't be able to. She's a liability at this point.
Holmes, I really don't think going any further is a good idea. Look at this place. Everything seems fine. Nothing's off. Maybe we should just go? I really don't like the sound of that.
You really don't have to come with me. Just until the kitchen, yeah?
You're in the
We're already
kitchen.
here.
Yeah.
You've done your part. From here on, I'm going on my own.
Yes, I said that, but...
Can you even stand?
She doesn't answer.
You'll only be putting yourself in more danger if you follow after me. You have an easy way out of here. Stay here. Once you're okay, I need you to get yourself out of this place.
What? I'm not going to leave you!
Well, I'm not taking you with me either, lady. So it's here or out there.
You really are mad, aren't you?
Yeah.
Probably all will be, if no one fixes this little curse problem we have.
You think you'll find something in here? This is just a mansion, for God's sake!
Yeah, but it's rooted from here. Also, if you leave, you're not safe. She's attacked or killed people outside of the mansion. I don't think she's well, she's killed people in the mansion, those kids. But, like, in our playthrough, she hasn't killed anyone in the mansion. And she's only I don't even know if she's attacked people here other than Marianne. Which maybe that's why Marianne's afraid of here, which makes sense. But they're in a kitchen. She should get some food and water. Yes, she should get some water.
Maybe it's worth a shot. Besides, if what we're hearing right now says anything, I'd say scumbags.
Who?
Wright. He might be knee-deep in trouble and he has no idea about it.
McCollough still appears as if she's about to argue, so instead of more words, I unholster my taser and hand it to her. A standard issue for every member of Luxborn police force, but it shouldn't take a genius to know how to aim and fire one. But at the same time, that's not going to work against a ghost. Even Isabella may just be able to use it without training. And yet, Miss Interior Designer Extraordinaire stares at it like I've just handed her something particularly nasty.
Listen, you want to wait? Fine. I'm leaving this with you.
Hi, Fighting Fox! Currently in line to donate blood. It's gonna be an hour wait. Well, just warning, this is spooky. This is scary. But hello! Chat, say hi to my sister. Hey, girly. Be safe. Drink all the water. I hope you've had some food. Good for you. Yeah. Ash, that taser is useless. Yeah, it's useless against ghosts.
But if I don't come back here within 15 minutes, I want you to backtrack and get the hell out of here.
Are you daft, Holmes? I already told you.
In case something goes wrong, I need someone who can tell people what's going on. Who can tell my friends what might have happened here. They're at the crawl. You know the place, right?
I trail off, letting the meaning of my words hang in the air. I want to be optimistic about this. Really. However, I'm going against something almost everyone can't quite understand. I'm just being realistic with my chances. McCollough seems to understand this as well after what I've said. Any sign of protest has already died from her tongue, and she simply looks at the taser quietly. After a moment, she just nods. Beyond the walls of this room, the cry continues to grow louder, and I take it as a sign to leave. Without another word, I slip out of the door. Oh, I don't want to hear the crying while I read this. Upon reaching the kitchen, the crying Ashton heard. I was like, he's not crying. The crying Ashton heard from outside began anew. Unwilling to risk a victim, the detective handed Marianne his taser and advised her to leave him if he didn't return after 15 minutes, even if he himself was uncertain if he would. Like a siren call, her voice beckons. No crying! Fighting foe. Finding out who that is seems a good place to start as any. I keep to the shadows for the most part. Not that there is any need to. The entire place just feels empty. Odd when the house this big should have a large staff. Yeah, but it's night. You'd think there'd be one or two roaming about for some late night chores or someone seeking out whoever's creating this ruckus. There's none, however.
Shouldn't they have security posted inside as well?
Unless their security means the butler, though I doubt Scumbag's that sloppy. He loves his life more than anything. Probably more than his own wife. And the things he's done, he's bound to make more than one enemy or two. He's also the kind who will do anything to keep himself safe. I think Luke tried to tell some jokes to the ghost. They're crying. Alive.
I wonder what he'll say when he finds out that there's something not human living with him in his own house.
I don't know if he'll care. Potential dangers aside, I don't think he'd believe it. Being on my own grants me a greater degree of mobility, which I'm more comfortable with. Sure, I could have enlisted McCullough's help. Next to the people who owns this, she's probably the one who's most familiar with the mansion. But the cons of bringing her outweighs the pros. She's better off somewhere a quick exit's in sight. With no tag along, I only have to worry about myself. Watch my back. Selfish, I know.
Necessary.
At the same time, I'm glad they didn't give me the choice of, do you want to bring her with or not? And I was afraid that would be a thing. Or he tried to put his moves on the ghost. Oh god, I hope so. Can we hit on the ghost in his route? That's how we kill him! If I found out a ghost lived in my house, I'd offer them a cup of tea. Not this ghost. Oh, not this ghost. This is like The Ring or The Grudge. She's scary, also murderous. She would not accept the tea, unfortunately. Yeah. I would ask for rent. Pay up, bitch. In the same manner this whole plan is, no matter how idiotic going into this is. Besides, I don't really need a guide for when the house's layout is fairly simple, almost mirrored with only a few modifications in the rooms. Poison tea! Killer again! Although I've only been here once, I think I already have a good grasp on this place ins and outs. The thought of Luke dying by trying to fuck the ghost amuses me. That would, oh my god, gold. Please. Please. That would be amazing. Well, you kind of can. I say no more. I'm gonna hit on the ghost, chat. If I'm allowed to hit on the ghost as Luke, I'm gonna hit on the ghost as Luke. Oh my god. As long as you can tell which is east and west, it shouldn't be hard to find my way around. After the dining room, the main foyer should be the next thing that greets me. Cat, what? I don't care if he lives or dies. Luke can get fucked. Okay. Where the woman's cries are leading me. Honestly, after what happened outside, I'm not even sure if I should be trusting what I'm hearing. But with the whole house somehow seemingly devoid of any of its inhabitants, I'm inclined to look into this. More than surviving this curse, a huge part of this is my training speaking.
I just hope this isn't a crime scene I'm walking into.
Nothing's ever that simple, is it? Not when you're dealing with the supernatural. Nope. Because as soon as my feet crosses to the next room, something shifts. Oh, I don't want to be here. Ashton, why didn't you bring a friend? Why didn't you bring Isabella or... Like, I'm upset. I'm gonna hit on that ghost. KatTWynn. I don't know my ghost lore, but I do not think poison will work. Worth a try. Screw the ghost. Screw the ghost. Slamming intensifies. Wait. That sounded different than I meant. If I can hit on the ghost as Luke, I will. 5 minutes later, Luke can get fucked. Haha, yeah. Yes, he can. Why are we in Silent Hill? That's a great question. BRB gonna get noms. Great timing. I don't recall the decor being that red before. I don't recall the dripping and the blood everywhere. In a flash, nearly without fanfare. It happens in the blink of an eye. I almost miss it. One moment, there's red. In the next, I'm standing alone in the foyer. For a brief instant, I pause, glancing wildly around the place, blinking twice as if movements will spur the vision back. Yet, nothing. No blood dripping on the walls, none trailing down the stairs or pooling on the floor, no eyes watching my every moment. Only the same cry is gradually growing in intensity the longer I dally, along with a voice.
Mother.
Desperate.
Where are you, Mother?
That sounds the most human than I've ever heard the voice. Pleading.
Mother, please. I don't want to be alone.
Coming from the same direction I've heard the cries from. Upstairs. It's probably the attic, where the letter originated. The place is not entirely empty then. A better question now is, who? Definitely not Scumbag or Butler. I've yet to see hide nor hair of them, and not knowing their whereabouts puts me on edge. I have to be careful not to make any noise or be seen. Maybe the wife. Story updated. Maybe the wife? Though one can't really tell if it's her the way the walls echo her voice. Nevertheless, it pushes me to move. Taking almost 2 steps at a time, despite the sickening feeling that something's lurking behind every great shadow, every small corner I pass. As if the house has several eyes watching my every movement. As if something alive dwells beyond the walls itself. No. I don't want it. Setting the mood for either murder or Kat can fill in the rest. Murder. And I got you, murder. Judas, no. That was several donations blood worth. I mean, okay, serious question since I missed a lot. Do we know anything about the ghost? No. We know the history of these two, or at least her. There's something about incest. I don't really remember, but something about incest. But we don't have confirmation that she is the ghost or anyone in particular is the ghost yet. There's a lot of that in the later chapters because it changes depending on whether people are dead or alive. Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. Save. Okay. I've made no choices, so nothing could change up until this point. Oh, okay. I tried to shake it off. Update. Upon reaching the kitchen, the crying Ashton heard from outside began anew. On alert, he continued deeper into the mansion, even if he was uncertain if he would get out of the place alive. Can we stop foreshadowing his death? I try to shake it off. I shake it off. But the uneasy sensation has already made home in the pit of my stomach. Dread. And it only grows deeper the closer I get to her. You can say in chat if there's stuff we do know for sure that I may have missed about the ghost that would have already been said. But obviously, for anyone that knows farther than where we are, don't. But I think only Hall knows. The relative emptiness of the place doesn't help either. Neither does the harsh wind battering the windows, nor the sheets of rain pelting down the roof. For a fleeting second, I find myself wishing the scumbag to simply show up. I don't get too far into that train of thought. Abruptly, the cries stop, replacing it with,
Mother, please. She's here. She's here, Mother. She's going to take me. She won't leave, Mother. Mother. I don't want to go with her. Tell her to go away. Mother! Mother, she's here! Help!
That can't be good. Adrenaline overcomes me in a rush. In no 2 heartbeats, my feet's already moving, before any sense can catch up or doubt creeps up to me. My hands ready on the holster as I hastily set off for the far side of the hall. One alarmed footstep after another, while struggling to keep that sense of panic at bay. A door lies ajar at the end, and coming from the floor above...
She's going to hurt me! Help me!
I do not hesitate. Moving in, despite the lack of light, the steep stairs or the thick layer of dust kicking up with my every step. I pause only a moment upon reaching the top. Then, without wasting a second, I push the door open. Yeah, it's the attic. So it is the blonde one. Something about incest, I can't remember. So the only thing we know is we got what's called a memory fragment when Becca died, which showed 2 people in bed together and a 3rd person discovering them. Oh, I forgot that. I don't think I missed it. I think I forgot it. Also, what's her story again? Something about incest, but I can't remember what it was. Her cousin, I think. Oh god, the noises are even worse when I have my headphones in. Yeah. The 2 people in bed were the guy whose portrait is in the hallway and someone. And the person discovering them was the woman whose portrait is in the hallway. So she discovered him with someone cheating. You would think she'd be sympathetic to Hannah then, but... She sits in the middle of the room, shoulders hunched, shaking. Her hands cover her face as she weeps, oblivious to my presence. It's as if she's heard neither my footsteps nor the soft creaking of the floor, continuing, undisturbed, like I'm standing in time far removed from her. She doesn't even flinch when I call out to her.
Hey, are you alright?
Mother, I've done it, Mother. Take me with you, please.
Wails in the Night is the achievement I got.
I can still hear her. She's here. Help me! Help me, please!
So she killed the girl and is like suffering. And the girl is probably the ghost. I'm not entirely sure. Belatedly, I notice the blood on her hands. If it's the same one drenching the whole attic, I'd rather not know. How the whole room has ended up like this is the least of my problems at the moment. Even the single human body doesn't have this much blood. So, bodies? The thought sends an unpleasant twinge in my stomach. Does Wright even know about this? He's bad news, all right, but this is beneath him. He'll definitely balk at the first sight of it. Anyone will. Yet the woman lingers here, unmoved by the sight, letting her sobs fill the room, repeating the words over and over again like a prayer of salvation. To whom? The mess of parchment she has left on the floor. Just what the hell is happening?
Hey, lady, are you?
The rest of that question never makes it out. I don't even see it coming. Should have been more aware and on guard, really. But there's little I can do when a well-placed blow to the back of my knees makes me stumble. The momentum sends me reeling forward. Who the fuck? The sobs led Ashton to the mansion's attic. In the middle of the room, he found a woman crouched on the floor crying. Cautiously, he approached her, but as he was about to reach out for her, someone grabs him from behind. Grabs? I got hit! You learn a lot about the ghost in Luke's chapter. Yeah, what a shock. I swear, who's Luke again? Luke is Wright, Mr. Wright. It's Luke Wright. This guy, the blonde. Blonde racist bitch. Hannah's deadbeat husband. Yeah, cheating, racist husband. Alright. It barely even registers in my head that the woman's gone and the room is normal as it can be. Not above the pain suddenly shooting up my side when I hit the floor. I don't even get a chance to get my bearings back when a hard enough blow to the stomach causes me to buckle down and land heavy on my knees. Is this like Luke defending his house? Gasping, I fumble wildly for my gun. Although before I'm able to turn it, level it, and shoot it, a hand grabs my wrist and twists it. Hard. A gasp. A grunt. I'd be impressed that Luke could do that. A cry of pain slips past my mouth. The gun falls to the floor with a clunk. As soon as it lands, a foot kicks it out from my reach and slides it uselessly under the bed. Agony suddenly explodes in my chin, jerking loose a sharp cry of pain, and stars fill the edges of my vision. A brief moment of regret hits me for leaving my taser with McCullough when a piece of cloth closes around my neck. Without warning, my attacker pulls tight. I'm left gasping, choking, and clawing for air, blindly reaching behind me as I still try to fight him off and loosen the pressure on my neck. How do you know it's a him? Except any sort of movement only causes him to pull it taut.
My, so many rats scurrying about in this mansion lately.
Why is the butler here? Gay friend! Gay friend, please! Don't kill us! Forgot his name. Johannes? Johannes. Johannes. I always want to say Johannes. Johannes! The butler! I know that voice! Johannes, yes. Wright's butler. Shit.
Tell me, what did you do with the madam?
I have no idea what he's talking about. Did something happen to Hannah Wright?
Let go, you asshole.
Now, Dummkopf, you're in no position to be rude.
That's fair. He can fight me off. I would have been impressed if it was Luke. But no, he makes sense. I think it is implied he was dangerous. What, the butler? The butler did it, literally.
Yeah. Last time I checked, I'm not the one breaking into other people's homes.
Yeah, no, this is fair.
Now answer my question. What did you do with the madam?
The pain rings and resonates through my already sore body. Still, I managed to write it out and spit a mutinous?
Fuck you.
Keep that dirty mouth babbling and you're getting a knife in the kidney. I assure you it will be more painful than this.
He really doesn't need to threaten me by now. It's all too much to bear at this point. My lungs feel like they're burning with the lack of air. Dark spots begin to fill the edges of my vision. Ever so slowly, the world around me dims. My consciousness rapidly slips away from me. And without meaning to...
Get away from him!
Isabella, why are you here? Ma'am, you were supposed to stay back! Also, what's my choice here? I still don't have a choice for Ashton. It's making me really anxious. Hearing that voice, it's as if I've been doused with a bucket full of ice cold water. Familiar. Too familiar. And more importantly, it shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be hearing it here. She shouldn't be here. Immediately, my eyes snap open. Oh. She must have met McCullough, because 1, she's got something from the kitchen, and 2, she has the taser. And right there, right on the attic's doorway, stands Isabella, of all people. A rolling pin in one hand, and a standard issue police taser on the other. My taser. She must have borrowed it from McCullough. Where else would she have gotten one? I doubt she has ever used one, even. Hell, the way she holds it right now, this guy can easily disarm her with one hit. Yeah, but then he can't deal with you. But there's something in her eyes. Although there's a lot of fear in them, and her hand shakes, she keeps the weapon trained and pointed at Scumbag's lackey. Untrained or not, she does not plan to leave here without putting up a fight, it seems. Admirable, really, but it's just not something we need right now. I need her to be away from here. I need her safe. But the chances of that happening grows slim with every laughter that slips from him.
Oh, this is just getting better and better. The Bratwurst won't be pleased with the number of bodies we have to dispose of today, you know.
Wait, how often have you murdered people? Johannes is acting like this is a daily fucking occurrence. How many people have you and Wright dealt with? How many people have you and Luke killed? What? LOL the rolling pin. Like, the thing is, though, I get it. I get why he's protective. This is his job. He's been with them for how long? I'm cautious, though, because of this line. Because, like, it seems like this is a common occurrence. Because at first, I was thinking, okay, he's obviously like, okay, where the fuck is Hannah? These are my employers. I need to protect them. And Hannah's missing. Where the fuck? But with this, I'm kind of worried that they had a plan for Hannah. So now I'm a little afraid of him knowing where Hannah is. I'm not sure. Is Gay Friend working for the ghost? Because at this point I could see it. He says the bratwurst won't be pleased with the number of bodies we dispose of today. I assume that means Luke. Because he doesn't seem to like Luke. I was thinking of Muriel from Courage the Cowardly Dog. I'm suddenly terrified. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's working for the ghost. Like, he's suggesting Luke will know they're dead. Like, Luke will know they're dealing with them. So I think he sees them as intruders and he's dealing with them accordingly.
Tell me, how many of you are there? So I can prepare the proper number of bags.
Damn it. What the fuck is going on? Why is she here in the first place? Did she follow after me? Who the else came with her? Zach? Panic surges within me. She knows how bad the situation is, but did she really have to run in here and expose herself like that? Why didn't she just taser him right away? Does she even know how to use the taser? For fuck's sake, more than worrying for my life, it's her I'm concerned about. Getting strangled, dying by choking isn't part of the plan, but her following me here isn't either. This is why I prefer to do things alone. This is why I'd rather be the only one to take the consequences. Yeah, but now you'd be dead. I don't even want to think about what this bastard might do to her after he's done with me. Although my voice comes off nearly a croak, I try to tell her as much. She has to leave. Stay far away from here and these people.
Don't! Damn it, Isabella! Get out of here!
Another bout of pain erupts in my side, cutting off my words. A cry of agony bursts from my mouth. I can taste blood in my tongue as I heave, attempting to get in as much air despite the towel still coiled around my neck.
Ash?
You're going to lose air quickly that way, Dummkopf. Better keep it shut.
Oh no, he's clearly referencing Luke here, but like, I no longer trust Johans. That's fair. That's fair. Bratwurst Luke, yes. Well, it's not as if she didn't know where you were going, Ash. I know, right? Like, it's not like... Anyway.
Get out. 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 Belle!
Don't be stupid! I'm not leaving you here!
He laughs, too cruel, too unforgiving. The way each note beats against my ears, in spite of the warmth in them, sends chills down my spine. This is a man whose hands have already been stained with blood before. That's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting here. He won't hesitate.
I'd follow his advice if I were you, little girl. What could you possibly do with a toy? Just hand it over and be on your way. It'll probably be too difficult for a little girl like you to use.
There's a moment of silence. Fuck, I can barely keep my eyes open. But in the next second, though, I still don't exactly understand what's happening, Isabella shouts. Not a cry of pain. Late bloomer is the achievement I got. Not a yell of panic, but one that's resolute. Firm. Perhaps in a tone that leaks fiercer than any I've heard from her before.
Try me. Ashton, duck!
I do. More out of instinct and desire to survive, closing my eyes before a mind can fully process what's going on. It all happens in a blur. The telltale sound of a taser being discharged resounds through the room. The air crackles. Something whizzes by, almost too close to my ear, followed by the thud of something blunt connecting solidly with another object. The next thing I know, the towel strangling me has loosened. Don't tell me you killed him, though. I collapsed on the floor, dazed and gasping for air. From my peripheral, through the haze of blood rushing and sound slowly filtering back, the butler buckles. He spasms once. Then, without much fuss, falls face first beside me, knocked unconscious by 50,000 volts of electricity and a fucking rolling pin. That's fair. He'll be out for a while. I have no idea whether I should laugh or cry about that. Somewhere in front of me, my oxygen-deprived brain vaguely registers Isabella's form. She slumps on the floor, also breathing heavily. Right next to her trembling hands, both the taser and the rolling pin lie useless and forgotten, while the mood in the room eases. Okay, let's read what it says. I didn't want to read just in case it revealed something. Ashton attempted to fight back, but his attacker quickly disarmed him, looping a towel around his neck and strangling him. But just as he was about to lose consciousness, a familiar voice rings in the room and... You go, girl! Hell yeah! A long, gradual process of the tension lifting. For countless seconds, we remained quiet, with only our short gasps and sighs in the room of silence to fill the silence, allowing the adrenaline ebb away with both our breathing to slow. Not a true repose by any means, but simply a brief respite. There's still the curse. We're still inside the mansion, and in imminent danger. We still have no idea how to fix this. Excuse me. Yeah, Isabella. Outside, the rain seems to only intensify. Lightning flashes fleetingly somewhere, white and piercing, and the sky rumbles. No rest for the wicked. I stir first, once recovered, having regained some semblance of sense and strength. I have to pee so bad, and I don't want to have to really badly pee, like even worse, when something intense happens. So I will be right back. You guys will hear the nice ASMR sounds of thunder and lightning and rain, and I will be right back. So here's some butts. Enjoy them. BRB. Offer the butler to the ghost, but I still like him. Well, until confirmed otherwise. Currently, all he has done was fought off intruders. So I can't blame him for that yet. They could offer the butler on a platter. I love ASMR of rain. Hell yeah. Alright. Gonna finish up this coffee. I'm gonna get goldfish ready, but I will not eat it till we're done with Ashton's, I think. Because I fear. I don't want to choke! Alright. Alright, you guys ready? I'm not! Let's go! Sup? I'm just a bit anxious, chat. I feel rightfully so. Alright. Is that a Korok with This Is Fine? Hold up. No. Aw, Rin Soma. That's cute. For some reason, when it was tiny, I thought it was a Korok, but it looks like a little robot boy. Or robot bean. Alright. Ready? Let's go. Breathing still hurts, but it's bearable. Speaking of breathing, let me readjust my bra. Hold up. Okay. Although every small motion causes a wince, there will be bruising tomorrow. I can manage. Retrieving my gun from under the bed is easy, but only with some effort I am able to drag an unconscious man to the far end of the room, snapping one end of the handcuffs on his wrist while fastening the other on the bed frame. That should keep him restrained for a few hours in case he wakes up prematurely. Although all through this, Isabella stays quiet. In fact, she hasn't even moved since. Her hands still shake and taking in long draws of breath while she stares vacantly in front of her, almost as if she's in shock. Perhaps she isn't even expecting any result, spurred only by some kind of desperation. Now it's sinking in. Unfortunately, we need to get moving. We don't have time to wait for everything to register in our heads. Yeah, because they know her name and they know that what Johannes knows what they look like. So, like, how do you avoid being found? Also, if Johannes recognizes her as the person that sold them the house, they could get in real big trouble. If he lives. I mean, now that he's being handcuffed here, who knows what the ghost might do to him. But at the same time, I think the ghost can only do something to people who have read the letter.
What does this button do?
I love you, Wolf. Hi. Wolf, thank you for the $6.66. My fucking heart. I'm just saying. But yeah. I lost my train of thought. It's gone now. I don't remember what I was saying. Anyway. Oh yeah, they're gonna be in deep shit because they're recognizable, and I don't know if the ghost will go after Johannes because I don't think he ever read the letter. He wasn't in the room of people that read it in the beginning. They could always ask the butler to read the letter. Here, just leave it on his lap. All right. Luke's seen it. Luke saw it the first day. It was Luke, Hannah, Marianne, Isabella, and Isabella's coworker. And then she met up with her friends and showed it to her 3 friends on accident. I think, yeah, no, she showed it. I don't know if she showed it intentionally. I don't remember. Rose, thank you, Rose, yeah. So those are all the people that have seen it. Johannes wasn't one of them that we know of. Obviously, other people have seen it because there have been other deaths. But, yeah. Kneeling in front of her, I give her a light shake.
Belle, we need to go. We can't stay here.
Slowly she turns, staring at me with wide eyes. Worry flickers briefly in them, along with something ineffable. What's ineffable, chat? Then, without warning, she lifts a hand and slaps me right across the face. Ooh, she pissed. Hold on. The sound of it cracks the air, shattering the silence like fragile glass breaking. Despite the familiar rumble of thunder outside, it manages to ring louder above the storm. I don't even know what hit me until my head has already snapped back and my cheek stings with anger. And it is anger. In spite of the stillness and the lack of words afterward, not fuming though, never fuming, but the kind that burns lightly and soundlessly. A frustration instead of a seething rage. One that ebbs just as quickly as it flows, and once the tide subsides, there's only that gleam in her eyes, warm, steadfast, and unflinching. Quietly, I brace myself for the truth underneath that gaze. It slips from her lips, softly, nearly fading under the sound of the rain still falling fast, if not for the weight in each of her words.
What is wrong with you?
Belle.
If Zach didn't slip up, no one would have known where you went.
Oh, Isabella didn't know? Where did you think he was going, bitch? What? That is good artwork. You deserved that, sir. Yeah. Where did she think he was going when she met him up at the car? Also, didn't we talk about it at the booth? How I wanted to go and how she couldn't go with me? Maybe she just means in the past. Because he did slip up and then they talked later. I don't know.
One person knowing is enough. Any more than that, and...
You almost died! He could have suffocated you right then and there, and you could have died!
I told Zach to give me 4 hours. That would have been enough time to...
It would have been too late! And by the time anyone ever finds out, you're already fertilizer!
She trails off, drags one indrawn breath after another. A brief lull in her frustration finally gives, dissolves into something more pensive and somber. Her shoulders droop, and though her voice rises, hoarse and weary, in her next words there's only certainty.
You count too, you know? When I said that night, when I told you that I don't want to lose anyone anymore, that includes you. Alive. We're still here, Ash. You have us.
So if all of them were dead, would Ash have died? Or I guess he would have gotten unconscious. I guess he would have had to deal with Johannes in a different way. It would have been very interesting how they deal with not having certain characters there. You're going to get slapped again if you keep making excuses, Ash. Agreed, I thought she knew as well, and I've played the game before. Yeah, like, I thought you knew, bitch. All right. And once their meaning fall, roar. I think it's once their meaning falls, roar. Or once their meanings fall. There's something that needs changing there. It does so not with force of a dam breaking or a raging storm, but with a gentle, steady warmth of a hearth burning, an ember easing slowly, lightly, rising and giving, until all that's left is a truth, an understanding. Not alone. Never alone. It lingers, even as we both drift back into silence and her words take root, because in the gratitude that swells after is another warmth blooming. I'm tempted to ask you to show off how different the story can be once we're done with this playthrough. Not decided on that yet, though. That's fair. Having recovered, Ashton quickly urged Isabella to move, knowing it wasn't safe to stay idle. Without warning, however, Isabella slapped him, furious at him for keeping people in the dark. She reminded him of what was important, and with it came a realization about himself. Pleasant, welcoming, like finding home, like finding ourselves in the haze a squall has left, creating something fragile yet immutable in both of us. It's in her eyes, in the way she holds my gaze, unwavering, in the way she carries herself despite sitting amidst a place she fears, in the way she keeps herself from trembling and falling apart, because fear is inconsequential when people she cares about are at risk. A change. She realizes that now, holds on to it. Another little thing, another small thing from her that may go unnoticed and pass by quietly, but will eventually amount to do a lot of things. Tiny gestures that mean nothing at first, but begin to matter to me one day until... Oh. Despite myself, a small smile slips from my lips as the same warmth from earlier unfurls in my chest. Unhurried, familiar, and bright from all the years I have carried it, but have never given the words for it.
Stop smiling like that, Ashton! I'm not done scolding you!
But this time they come easy.
I heard all of it. Don't worry.
Are you really okay? That guy hit you a little too hard on the head. Here, let me...
I reach up just as she extends a hand toward my face, catching her wrist in a light grip, drawing it closer, and folding her hand in between mine. Although her expression does shift into mild confusion, she does not pull away like I'm expecting. She simply stares at me, searching. For her to allow a gesture from me that's perhaps too close. It tells a lot how far things have already shifted in the past few years. Cradled in mine, her hand still trembles. Most of the tremors have already subsided by now, though I doubt it'll fade away this soon. Even as I trace the lines of her palm in what I hope is a comforting gesture.
I'm sorry, Belle.
For what? Is this about what happened tonight? You can apologize later when...
No, well, this too, but it's not just about this.
It's for a lot of things.
He got real close to my ears.
For calling you clumsy and careless and a scatterbrain.
Are you sure this isn't a concussion?
You would think that, wouldn't you?
Well, you don't usually apologize.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry about that too. For all the times I've teased you and made you cry.
Unexpectedly, her fingers tighten around mine, our hands falling between us as something tender shifts in the air. Another exhale. Another drawn breath eases out of me, filled with every hesitation and uncertainties, but when I finally choose to break the silence. It's only when I know that what will slip past my mouth is the one truth I will hold against the world.
But for all those callous words, despite all those, there's nothing that I don't love about you.
Oh.
In fact, those things, I love those. And everything that's you.
For a long moment, she offers no response. Her grip on my hands merely tightens. Although my heart's pounding hard against my ears, I take a chance and look up. Slightly leaning away and giving her a cautious glance, more than ready to hear her rejection. And it is one, despite the smile on her face. If it can even be called one, of course. There's a pained aspect to it I can hardly name. Regardless of what it means to her or what she intends to convey with it, the sight of it alone makes me regret ever mentioning anything. It's almost as if she's forcing herself to push out the next words out of her mouth for the sake of not hurting me. Not that I won't be able to take it, but if these feelings will only put a heavier burden on her, I'd rather not have said anything at all. As expected, with one last squeeze at the hand cradling hers. She pulls her hand away from mine. When she speaks, though, there's a stark refusal to meet my eyes. Not that I hold it against her. The situation's already awkward as it is.
Ash.
She pauses, biting her lower lip. A small frown forms between her eyebrows, while she struggles to find the right phrases to string together.
Ashton, I'm really sorry.
Oh, no, it's cool.
Aww.
I was already expecting that. Kind of. But you don't have to...
No, I mean, I can't. I can't afford to think of anything other than helping my family. Especially now that Papa's gone.
Not right now is the achievement I got. Aw, take care, Soothsayer. Have a lovely evening. Get all the rest and take care of yourself. Hey. You two do not know. You two do know that is where the ghost is, right? Yeah, I know. Well, like, normally I'd complain about that. Like, 999. But one, this has built up feelings over years, not just, oh, I met you, let's bang. Also, they almost just died. So they kind of have the moment of, if I don't say it now, I may never live to say it. So, like, fair. I mean, obviously this is going on a little longer than I probably would allow it, but also ineffable, too great or extreme to be expressed or described in words. Gotcha. Okay. Now kiss. Hi, Rudy Moo. How you doing?
They're going to need me more than ever, Ash.
I understand. I just expect to be jump scared. Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'm sorry. I really can't. Not right now.
I've always known it would lead to this, to some extent. Her family will always come first. Who am I to take that from her? It hurts, of course, but the pain eases, knowing that in spite of circumstances, her heart will always be in the right place. That she's still the same woman I've fallen in love with.
It's all right, Belle. Don't apologize. If it still matters, that's actually what I love about you. Of course, not that I'm expecting anything by telling you that, but you get the point. Yeah.
Thanks, Ash. I mean, thank you for loving me. Even after everything.
Her response is a smile and a soft laughter. Perhaps the sweetest I've seen and heard from her. I like that, one, he took that well. And two, she appreciates that he loves her, even if she can't reciprocate right now. Like, she didn't, like, reject him and now it won't be super weird and awkward. They still care about each other, and I appreciate that. It doesn't, like, ruin the relationship they do have. The timing is a bit wrong and cliched, but it's also right for the reasons you said, yeah. Just from it, I know nothing will change despite her answer and any lingering feelings that will come from this. And there will be. Lingering feelings, that is. With the way she barged into our lives 5 years ago, it'll probably be enough to leave a terrible impression on anyone. But that's also precisely it. It's people like her that you don't easily forget. It's them that gradually worms their way into a person's life until the very thought of losing them becomes unbearable. As it is, I'm already content simply staying by her. No grand expectations or hopes attached. Just the banter, the small smiles, and the quiet little moments that roar. I love her, but that also isn't all there is to us.
I know I caused you all kinds of trouble these past few years.
Hey, whoever told you I'm doing this for free? After we're done with this curse thing, you're gonna owe me a year's supply of ice cream.
Yeah, we'll see.
Will she still have her job after this? Would you want your job after this? Anyway, this time, another laughter. This time from both of us. Then she hits my arm with a light punch. Familiar, warm, bright and hopeful, much like everything about her. And it is strength enough to keep me going as I lead us both out. I must save. Understanding how much she also meant to him, Ashton took both of her hands in his and apologized, and in a rare moment of honesty confessed how he truly felt for her. However, although thankful, Isabella was unable to return his feelings and turned him down. Is there a possibility she could have returned his feelings? Oh, I'm gonna save right. Still, nothing different has happened. Hi, Real Iron Fist. Hello, hello. I hope it's a light punch after everything Ash has had to endure today. Seriously, though. Power still hasn't come back on when we make our way downstairs. Tricky, considering the stairs to the attic are a bit old. One misstep and anyone might end up slipping and falling. You're lucky if that's all that'll happen to you. With the stairs this steep, a broken neck is likely outcome. Thankfully, Isabella's here to guide me through the darkness. She knows this place better than anyone, after all, in spite of all the misfortunes it has brought us.
Careful, the floorboards over there aren't very sturdy.
Right on cue, the same board I'm stepping on creaks and suddenly breaks, the pieces falling somewhere with a dark thunk.
Oh, shit. Scumbag wouldn't be too happy about that. Ow, my foot.
See? I told you so. You never listen to me.
They renovated the whole mansion. They can't even replace one tiny part of the house.
Why don't you file a complaint to BRC then? I'm sure they'd be thrilled to hear it. You know it was such a rush job.
Outside, the winds have intensified. Even from here, I can hear the gusts spattering the windows in the attic. It makes you wonder why, up till now, the only person we've encountered from this house was the butler. Although, to some degree, that makes sense. He is in charge of running the place. Where are the other servants, though? In this storm, wouldn't anyone want to stay inside? A likely assumption is they're all asleep. The route I've taken doesn't really pass by the rooms they've likely assigned as the servants' quarters. However, they have also heightened security. I brushed it off earlier, thinking they'll be posted a lot closer to where the master's rooms are, but the second floor is devoid of anyone as well. As if every inhabitant of this place has suddenly disappeared overnight. More importantly, where's the scumbag? I don't like this. I don't like this at all. The fact that we're right here, right in the fucking middle of it, makes me all the more queasy. And that feeling only escalates once we reach the landing and Isabella swings the door open. Alright. Yes, if your relationship between them is maxed out, then she will accept. Aw, damn it. Well, that's fine. I did have her turn him down a lot, I think, through her route, unfortunately. But yeah, they're not maxed. They're not maxed, unfortunately. But, like, yeah, it's also not the time, and that's fair. And I'm kind of okay with the way this has played out as well. So, I'm okay with there being no romance. Almost anything will feel as a light punch after the butler bruised him. Fair. Got ghosts in your blood house? Jeez. Alright. She pauses abruptly right in the doorway that I almost run into her. A look of confusion's in her as she looks wildly around the place, wordlessly taking in her surroundings. With each turn and shift of her eyes, her shoulders only grow tenser, should be shoulders, and a look of apprehension slowly dawns on her.
Isabella, what are you...
We aren't supposed to be here.
Sure enough, when I look up, we're standing right in the kitchen, pots, pans, and all. In one corner, Zach watches almost as surprised to see us. McCollough's also with him. Of course, she didn't listen to me, even if I've already exceeded the 15 minutes we've agreed upon. Although color and strength seem to have already returned to her, enough for her to be able to stand unassisted. The empty plate on the counter appears to have played a part in that. Good news, I guess. As for the other one, however, relieved as I am that he has had the sense to wait and not venture deeper into the mansion, I can't keep but roll my eyes at him.
Zach, I said 4 hours.
I know, but Isabella asked and... Come on, bro, you know I ain't a very good liar.
Yeah, it's acting like she didn't know where he was going. I thought we knew. I'm so confused. Yeah, probably best not to mention hard trucks on stream or in chat. Just for Twitch TOS to make sure.
And it didn't even occur to you to stop her?
Unless relevant to the game.
I tried, all right? Even G. She was out the door before I could say anything.
And how did you guys even get in here?
Both of them exchange a look. one that I absolutely didn't like. In the end, it's Isabella who speaks up, albeit with a bit of hesitation.
We heard someone scream, Ash. It led us here.
Without warning, the door behind us slams shut.
We need to get out of here.
Screw Wright. I need to get these people out of here. Lucky we're in the kitchen and we have 2 ways out, the back door and the cellar offers. Except the hatch won't budge when I pull at it, and neither does the back door, as if something has locked it firmly on the other side. Zach also gives it a few tries, but even with the big guy's strength, it won't open. It won't open. Oh, please, Ash, you think Zach could have stopped Belle in that situation? I mean, true. There's a long bout of silence in which we all simply look at each other, likely sharing the same thoughts. We're trapped. Something or someone has intentionally led us here. Fuck. In that same moment, once realization dawns in, something shifts again. Oh, blood. I don't see blood. It's just red. Red filter! In every nook and cranny, over every surface, and every inch of the floor. This time, unlike the first one I've seen, it remains, and gradually the whole room begins to reek of that familiar metallic scent. Sharp. Suffocating. Final destination. Around us. That's really loud. Every object, including the cupboards, have started to rattle as well. The sounds from outside, foreboding, rumble of thunder, and even the howling winds have begun to fade away, replaced by whispers, shouts, and cries of pain. Though inaudible, each beat and note bombard every crevice my head with vague images and sounds. There's no time to make sense of everything, however. I'm already shouting, fueled purely by adrenaline, barking orders and making a break for the door that leads to the next room and the dining. Also. Ah! Together, Ashton and Isabella carefully make their way downstairs. However, instead of a hallway, the kitchen greeted them instead. Before they could understand what was happening, it slammed shut behind them, and the whole mansion has started to shift. It should take us straight to the foyer, where the main door is.
Move! Run!
I knew there was something missing from this scene. Of course, it was blood, of course. Right in front of us, the mansion has started to change, and we're in the thick of it. However, instead of the dining room, like it's supposed to open to... What the fuck? Why has this become like... It's a maze! It's fucking Casper! No. A bedroom welcomes us instead. An image that lasts only about a second before blood begins to seep into the room. Oh, lovely. I like what you've done with the place. Filtering into the walls, trickling from every nook and cranny, everywhere, and furniture shakes, and every beam rattles. Jump out the window! There's a balcony! It's just the 2nd floor! You might sprain an ankle, you're fine! This house is amazing! Before we can even step back from the horror gradually unfolding in front of us, the door slams shut. A loud thud, bringing a sense of dread and chill creeping up in each of us. Along with it is another realization. The whole place is reordering itself. And with the door closing tight behind us, showing no signs of budging even through sheer force, there's no choice but to go forward and hope to all gods that it'll lead us to an exit. Oh. Until then, running's the only thing we can do, spurred by nothing but fear and a sense of desperation to live.
It's useless, Ashton and Frey.
But with each room we pass, it only becomes apparent that the house has no intention of letting us leave. It lured all of us here, and we've fallen for it. Now it's playing a little game with us, a sordid form of amusement. For whom? Their laughters are the only thing we can hear. With every hall we cross and door we slide open, the hope of finding an exit merely dwindles. The gun at my hip is useless here. I am useless here. Some fucking genius I am. Some fucking person to trust I am. All of those, they mean nothing in the face of the unknown.
You finally figured it out. Huh, Ashton Frey. Just give it up. I will eventually die because of you.
And you are going to die alone.
Shut your fucking mouth.
It feels like It feels like Zach's voice actor has the most fun with that moment, or with that, like, voice acting. Yeah, he stands out. Only the second floor has a different meaning in my country. Oh, right, that's true. I love you all. I love this chat. I love you guys.
You know it's true, though.
All of it. It's why all you can do is tell us to shut up. You don't want to hear a single word, because you're already aware of it. You can't even admit it to yourself. Who's the coward now?
But no matter how hard you try, you're not gonna be able to save anyone.
The more gruesome the place turns, the bleaker our chances simply get. Wails and screams fill our ears as we pass by. Words from a time and people long gone, laced with nothing but pure agony, calling out, reaching out to us. Their voices almost too real, as if we're not the only ones trapped here, that there are others begging for release from this wretched place. Or maybe it's all just a show? A taste of what we will eventually be, souls forever held captive in a never-ending nightmare.
Mother, I've done it. Take me with you, please.
Break the glass!
I can still hear her. She's here. Help me! Help me, please!
Is this what the curse is? What it means for all of us? That the letter, not a morbid cry for help, but an invitation? A beckoning for unsuspected souls to be dragged into this place's horrors? To be put under centuries and centuries of torment and agony? Suddenly, dying a painful death seems preferable, enticing than ending up here, living a tortured existence. Or perhaps it's all the same. Still, hope worms its way into me. Not a usual thing for someone like me. But after going through countless doors and corridors, every little sign of hope I'm willing to cling to, as long as it'll get us out of here. We're back in the dining room again. How long have we been running? How long since we left the kitchen? At some point, I've lost track of time, with the windows barred tight and the sounds lifting in the air. Nothing but shouts and shrieks is impossible to tell. Not that it matters when an end is in sight. Shelves and furnishings bar the door, each stained with blood and gore, that if the situation isn't as desperate as it is, I'll find a different way out. But there's still a gap at the topmost part of for a person to go through, as long as you use shelves to climb. Why don't you move the furniture out of the way? You have enough people.
It's an exit, all right.
From here, I can spy familiar walls of the foyer. Relief, only relief, washes over me. Although my legs have been strained taut by all the running and every bone and muscle in my body ache, there's only an easing. A sense of tension, relieving while energy back flows through me. I think it's supposed to be flows back through me. Again at the sight of an end. No sooner, I'm leading us out of it. Zach helps McCollough first, assisting her up and through the gap, before giving a hand to Isabella. The moment the ladies are in, I nod for him to go through.
Go ahead. I'll watch your back.
This is how we get alone. Where's the SCP Foundation when you need them? They're not great. To be honest, though, they'd probably not care if we lived. Maybe it is just stuck as the doors. Maybe. That's true. Like the furniture can't move. Surprisingly, he does that without any protests. Not that there's any need to. Some time after entering this room, the whole place has calmed down. No wails, no whispers, just a silence too deafening. But I'm not letting my guard down, not until everyone's on the other side of the nightmare, safe. For all I know, this may just be a calm before another storm. Without further incident, however, Zach makes it to the other side and I'm following after him. However odd this hush is, I turn my back from it and climb up. It's a tight fit, but I manage to squeeze myself in. The unease remains, though. Maybe it's the adrenaline still coursing through me, or how easy everything has been after living through that nightmare, fleeting as it is. But for some reason, something's still nagging at me. Call it a detective's instinct, or my training, or whatnot. I have a feeling something's going to happen and catch us unprepared. Unconsciously, before dropping down on the better side of the stream, my hand shifts to the gun at my hip. Instinct has never failed me before. What's with this music? My feet haven't even landed firmly on the floor when...
Had I known there would be a party in my own home tonight, I would have opened a bloody bottle or two. People these days, in my own home. Can you believe it?
So I was wondering if the reason why the mansion was stuck in its form was because Johans was there, and now that Johans is knocked the fuck out, the mansion could kind of do whatever it wanted to with them. And now that Luke is here, it's back to standard form. But he did see the letter, so that doesn't quite fit. Maybe the mansion just likes chaos and it wants to see how this will unfold. Yeah, this asshat.
I feel so left out.
A chill seeps into every vein in my body. All of a sudden, every ache, every pain returns to me tenfold, and my knees threaten to buckle at the sound of his voice. Though it appears friendly, I know it is anything but. One does not spend investigating a man like him for over a year and holding a grudge against him for more without knowing everything about him. His quirks, his habits, I'm familiar with all of them. And right now, Luke fucking Wright is beyond pissed. Shifting my gaze upwards is nearly too painful, knowing the danger. Not to me, but to those who have been lured in here by the curse. Oh shit, he got a gun. I'm gonna save. This is finally where, like, a situation has allowed me to make a choice. The handgun catches my eyes first, next to that smarmy smile on his face, while he holds McCollough, Zach, and Zachary, or Isabella. McCollough, Zach, and Isabella at gunpoint. It's sight, enough to lodge a painful thorn up my throat. I've been too complacent, too focused on other things that I've completely set aside the fact this scumbag will not be too pleased to see us here without knowing our reasons. But even with those good intentions, curses and ghostly apparitions aside, we're still trespassing in his home. The question is, if he's even aware that the whole of his household has somehow disappeared and he might be the only one here. Likely not. Fuck. Even with people he knows among the crowd, there's a significant effort in him not to simply shoot everyone in sight.
And really, Lily, even you.
Sir, this isn't what you're thinking.
Goldfish.
Something's going on in this mansion.
Goldfish! Already. I took one bite and one fell.
Well, obviously, why else would people be trespassing in my home? What's your excuse? Checking back if your clients are doing okay? Is that it? Is this what this is?
Thank you, guys. 40. Oh my god.
Oh, we're doing good, by the way.
Sir, please.
Oh, please what?
Oh, hi, Bear. Oh, there's a river. That's why Baron shifted. You look. Hi. Okay. Look at Bear. I feel so purty. Okay. Hi, Bear.
One eye was shut.
Oh, was it?
Does that seem okay?
I mean, yeah. As long as it's a cat shampoo, I think. Yeah. De-shedding and hairball shampoo, chat. We'll just have to make sure to rinse it all away. It says effectively washes away dirt and debris without removing protective skin oils. Alright.
Guess who's getting a bath?
He doesn't care. Not yet.
You're gonna get a bath.
There's a river, chat. About 20-25 a month, so easy. What, my goldfish? Yeah. 150 for the year. How long have we been counting for? I think beginning of December or end of November. They all say hi. Alright.
We need to get out of this place. You need to leave.
Not a good enough excuse, darling. You people are the ones who need to get out of my sight.
Okay. Lettuce.
Don't worry. I might consider pressing lighter charges for the woman. Can't say the same for the rest of you. But really now, I swear the people of this city need to be taught the meaning of privacy.
Unless Cat stops eating goldfish.
This is how you want to start the week. Why don't we just go with a bloody massacre if we want to surprise people in their homes, huh?
Great. Casually, he waves the handgun at them, as if it's just a mere toy and his words are no threat. The safety's off on his. Nothing stopping him from pushing through with his words. Call me paranoid, but at the slight gesture, I draw my own and level it at him. Finger on the trigger and ready to release the safety catch in case things go south. He is quick to train his own on me, though. And just like that, we're at a standstill.
Now, Feathers. Manners.
Feathers?
You're in no position to be pointing that gun at people.
Why don't you put yours down first, and then we'll talk about manners.
Oh, he talks back. The gall! You know, your kind pisses me off so much.
Oh, what's my kind? Alright. After a long, desperate run in search of a way out, the house calmed down for some reason. An exit was finally in sight. Waiting on the other side, however, is... Wait. Oop. Oh, that is timeline. The ones who hold their gun proper? Oh. I guess he means police, but who knows with them, yeah. Shooting him right now would be so worth it. With the way he stares at me like I'm a damn pest, but this isn't what I've come here for. I'm not a murderer. As much as I loathe him, I'm not the kind who will kill people in cold blood for my own gain or amusement. The law will bring him what he deserves one of these days. At that moment, however, we're all in the same boat with this curse, and he needs to understand that. The longer we stand here, the more time we're wasting and losing, something we don't have much of. But how can I convince him? This scum is so full of himself, prefers to hear the sound of his own voice more than those of the people around him, no matter how much sense they make. Probably only I can make him listen if I beg. No way in hell that's happening. That's a rough one. I curse these choices too. But this at least makes more sense. I'll never be over Rebecca's. I'm fine with begging, honestly. Like, I'm fine with... I don't care about Ashton's ego. I don't mind begging if it will work. My problem is if it will work. I'm a little afraid to disarm him because I'm afraid that disarming him won't go smoothly and someone else will get shot in the process. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of, is like disarming's a little too dangerous for civilians. If I was alone, might try it, but I'm not. Also, that could get Ashton shot. But yeah, I'm afraid of the gun going off and hitting someone else or me. Probably me, because I think it can only affect your own route. I saved. I can always see the other route if things go horribly wrong, like with Rebecca. Because I still have that save. My life's not the only one at risk here, however. There's Zach. There's Isabella. McCollough's here as well. We're all unknowing victims to this fucking curse. I'm in no position to pick who to save and who I should simply let die. I suppose my pride can take a few hits. Yes, it can! And I can set aside my beef with this asshole. Taking a deep breath slowly, I lower my pistol. Though still on edge and at ready, in case he does something, I do my best to assume a less aggressive stance. I didn't want to read chat till I explained what I was already thinking. And then chat agreed with me. But yeah, those were my thoughts and my thought process. Ashton is a cop, not Batman! I'm Batman. If only there was a third option. Excuse me. Have Ash give Isabella a look and taser his ass. I think the taser, once you use it, is done, right? It's a one-off. I think. So I think the taser, and I think they left it by Johann's. But I'm pretty sure tasers are a one-off. Raspy voice, I'm Batman.
Listen, Wright, I need you to...
Swallow your pride is the achievement I got. I think so. Yeah, I would have gone with Beg as well, just to butter up Luke's ego. Yeah.
You broke into my house, and somehow, you expect me to listen like a good little boy. Are you a bit touched in the head, Feathers? I'm not the one breaking laws here.
Look here, fucker. If I wanted you dead, I could have done it so many times already. In fact, I can easily shoot you down right here, right now. And you won't be able to do a damn thing, even with that gun.
Suddenly he laughs, almost howling in fact, like I've just told him the best joke he's heard all his life. The only thing missing is for him to keel over and start rolling on the floor, all while I do my best not to sock him with the sorry end of my pistol.
You have guts, Feathers. You have guts. Did you hear what you just told me? You've just threatened me inside my own house. My own home.
Ashton, this is not begging. No, it's not. Luke.
You know what I'm thinking right now? In another lifetime, we would have probably gotten along well.
He's right on that, at least. I might have ended up liking him. If I didn't have Professor Andrew, Rebecca, Zach, and Isabella. One mistake and it would have been too late for me. With his laughter rings all of those possibilities I could have lived, but have never been given the choice. All because I have other people with me, people who care. A sobering realization. But not so much when suddenly his chuckling stops. In 2 heartbeats, he marches towards me, grabs my collar, and aims his gun right at my head.
Ashton! Hey, now you two, I'm sure we can all talk about this first.
At this distance, a slight flick of the finger on the trigger will be able to do more than kill me.
What is it that you people really want with me? This is the second time this week, and I'm really getting weary of this little game. Did the NCA send you to apprehend me, or has somebody paid you off to kill me? Which one is it, Feathers? Mind you, my arm's getting tired. Better answer quick if you don't want to beat the business end of this gun.
I keep my eyes trained on him, in spite of the huge threat he poses right now, because if there's anything people like him, like us, prefer, it's honesty. You don't give that impression without keeping a solid eye contact.
I'm not with NCA. I'm just here to help. There's something else in this house, and we're all in danger. You have to believe me, Wright. You need to let us go. You need to get out of here before it's too late. If you want to keep your sorry ass alive, you'll listen to people with more brain cells than you.
Why, you insolent!
Let's not piss him off! His finger moves, but I am prepared. My hand ready to reach up, disarm him, and knock him out. If I have to drag him out of this place unconscious to keep him from suffering the fates of every other person who has died from this curse, so be it. However, before either of us can fire a shot or tackle the other to the ground, another voice echoes throughout the foyer. A small little thing compared to the storm raging outside. It rings above it, nevertheless, causing all of us to stop and turn. Is it Hannah? Hannah! And the ghost has her. At the top of the staircase, Hannah Wright stands. To make matters worse, that thing's behind her, menacing, a rotten hand wrapped firmly around her neck. It looks like death. Ashton! I thought it was a different taser, you know, the ones where you can use it constantly. Yeah, I think what the police have is a one-off, though, and it's very strong, which is why it's only a one-off. I could be wrong, but that's what it looked like with the little doors in the front. I think it ejects it really fast and tasers, and then there's nothing else in it anymore. Pale and shaky, eyes red with tears, we nearly don't hear her as she pleads.
Luke, help me. Please.
Oh no, Luke's not gonna help her. They hate each other at this point. Outside, another streak of lightning flashes and a clap of thunder ripples across the sky. As if this whole thing can't get any foobar than it already is. I got in Death's Grip as an achievement. Yeah, it's a one and done. I thought so. This music. I think the ones that are repeat ones are ones that look like they're a lot smaller. They don't look like a gun. And they have like two little prongs and it comes in between them. That's the ones that are reusable, I think. Marianne, save your wife! In spite of danger Luke Wright posed at the moment, Ashton lowers his gun and assumed an imploring tone towards the man he hated. Amidst the tense air, a voice suddenly echoed in the foyer. There, at the top of the grand staircase, stood Hannah Wright. Cat's right? Okay. I knew something. I don't know why I know that, but... Oh no, we won't know for forever. Oh, it's a profile that's new. Oh. Oh. Lucille Mitchell Luke Wright. Birthday August 2nd. Leo, 31 years old. Height 5'8". Occupation President and CEO. Nationality British. Religion atheist. Raised Anglican. Education, high school dropout, privately tutored. Luke's. Likes bread pudding, dogs, wine, and absinthe. Playing piano, daffodils, money, women, and power. What a shock. A prostitute's son, he spent his childhood roaming the streets begging or pickpocketing in order to avoid home. Home meant a too drunk mother and her equally drunk clients, some of who would take to beating the child out of anger if he so much as looked at them wrong. That meant he was always in trouble in one form or another. Nothing was done to correct it until, in a sober moment, his mother found out about the abuse and promised to take better care of her son. Luke was happy for a while, but his mother's bad habits led to an early grave and left him orphaned until his biological father, a businessman with no legitimate heir, sought him out. He was trained to inherit Wright Enterprise, but along the way got mixed up with illegal activities. That put the company in a bad spot after his assistant ran off with a large sum of dirty money. Bankruptcy would have been inevitable if he hadn't married Hannah. Doesn't make me like him. That is rude. Rude? Yeah. Keeps the tension up. Yeah, but no answers. Oh my god. Standard douchebag bio. To say that I'm scared of what's happening is a gross understatement. Oh, I'm reading him. Oh, I guess save. So, do I get to know if I made a good decision with Ashton? I feel like I did a good thing. I feel like disarming him would have gotten Ashton shot. Go fish! Alright. Trouble of any sort is the last thing I want to get home to after a long day at work and a trip to the bar. And when I see Hannah near prostrate, I can only feel dread. I don't know what that means. She twitches and seizes, body wound and coiled tight before thrashing, shuddering, and shaking. Wait, is it leaving off where we were? Like a woman possessed, her mouth falls open and her eyes roll to the back of her head. It has the hallmark signs of a seizure. The symptoms are similar enough. And that knowledge, the fact that I know this, only makes me feel worse. Any anger I had caused by our disagreement on parting ways, no matter how temporary she claimed it to be, disappeared. The alcohol-induced days that I felt was brushed aside when I run to help her. None of that mattered at that moment. But to hold her close is all I can do while she thrashes about. Ah! We're in the worst chapter now because we are the worst character now! Yeah. Yeah. That's fair. I know this is wrong, that I'm not supposed to hold her down, yet I do it out of instinct, reflex even. I'm terrified of hurting her, but I see no other way to keep Hannah from hurting herself. It takes a lot to keep myself from running off and getting help when she needs me here. And it takes everything I have to keep myself intact. When she says my name, I realize that the seizures have stopped, but that doesn't make the dread go away.
Please.
What happened here? Who did this to you?
I don't know. I'm so sorry.
The sight of her tear-streaked face is enough to twist the knife in. It does not help that I'm as lost as she is right now, and all I can say is...
Shh, it's all right. You're safe now, Hannah. You're safe now.
It takes a bit to go through the house with my inebriated self. Maybe you should be fucking drunk. That's even made worse by the fact that I had to carry a nearly unconscious person as well. I was about to give up too until Shrocken shows up to lighten the load. He quietly takes her from me without question and brings her up to the bedroom. And me? Well, I couldn't bring myself to follow. Not right now. Not while I'm drunk and rattled by what has transpired. It's a miracle I was able to help at all. So here I am, sulking in a parlor chair with a glass of wine in hand. I can't even remember what particular vintage it is, and I practically did not care right now.
Because when you're already drunk and still have problems, even more alcohol should help.
I don't know what day it is. I'm assuming this is right after the event, but it feels off. Like, who's Chakran? What? Cursed chapters ago. The game said Saturday? That doesn't feel right. So it could be this. This is when Luke saves Hannah from the ghost, when you pass her QTE. I don't really remember that, actually, weirdly enough. So the very end of her chapter. Yeah, it's been a while. Of course, the butler chooses now to appear and be unhelpful. So this is not that night. This is not the finale.
You know what actually solves all problems? Death. But it is not recommended.
Wow, what an uplifting man.
Alcohol isn't a true solution either.
It's worked well enough for me.
Oh, that's Chakran. Okay. I'd like to believe that I get my best ideas while I'm thoroughly hammered. Not everyone might agree, but they can't really do anything about it now, can they? With a fuck ton of money comes great power, sometimes responsibility. And with that responsibility comes a lot of reasons to get drunk. Of course, I can just tell responsibility to sawed off if I was feeling reckless. And Christ, I must be really drunk if I'm thinking in circles. I just need something to focus on and I should be fine.
How is she? Is she alright?
If panic crept into my voice at the question, I don't let it show. It would be a show of weakness, to be so frazzled, to show so much concern over the woman who is going to put me aside. People like him who work for me, I trust with business, but not with myself, never with that. Only Hannah has come so close. Only she has truly seen the man beneath the facade. Well, maybe if you treated her nice, she'd stick around. Only her actions can wound me so.
Sleeping. Aside from a few bumps and bruises, she seems to be fine. A maid is watching over her for now. It is best not to leave her alone.
Yeah, it's not picking up where Ash's chapter ended, yeah. Very drunk does not equal very smart, yeah.
But, if I may ask, what happened? I was in the gardens when I heard screaming. Did you...
No, it wasn't me.
I'm quick to be on the defensive. I may be capable of a lot of horrible things, but I would never harm her, of all people, no matter how angry I might become. I would never lay a hand on her to hurt her.
I didn't do anything. I wouldn't do
But he'll
anything
cheat on her.
like that. I don't even have a reason to.
You don't consider her wanting to be a part as reason?
I have to say, though, the Luke voice actor is so good. I don't even have a reason to.
It is. Well, it is. I don't want to talk about it right now.
He is. He's brilliant. Goldfish! Goldfish fell.
But what happens was I got home. She was seasoned in the kitchens. Is she ill?
Not that kind of doctor. But I've already scheduled your physician for a house call tomorrow morning. We'll still have to monitor her as soon as she wakes up and...
Oh god, things are coming back to me. I need a drink.
Really? You're still drinking?
More goldfish. Oh no, it's on cooldown. I did it. It's fine. Oh wait, 43. Oh no! Can I do less goldfish? It did count. It just didn't say it counted. I don't think that's a thing. Oh no. Oh no! Well. Oops.
Why, yes, it seems to be the bloody best time to be drinking. I'm allowed, aren't I? After all, I've just found my wife having a seizure, and I shouldn't give two shits about it. Not when she's about to leave me.
But I do. Goodness, I do. Just drop one for fun, Kat. Yeah. Smash drunk was an achievement I got. Guess we need to remember not to add one. Yeah, I guess. A big generous gulp just makes it so that the taste of cherries, raspberries, and strawberries washes over my tongue. The thing too sweet considering its deceptively earthy aroma. A vineyard. Seasoned red isn't really something to scoff at. I've had many good memories with this particular drink. This particular bottle, in fact, was a gift. It serves the purpose Lady Blairno, might be French, I don't know, had given it to me to forget. Trust, Kat will make it up later. Yeah, that goldfish will be lost at some point. All the same, whether I took this bottle or a Pinot Noir, it is just a means to an end. I will probably have to finish the whole bottle to get drunker than I already am.
But no, she doesn't need to be taken care of. If she wants her time apart, she'll have it.
It'll break my heart to just let her go, but she deserves this much, doesn't she? We both deserve this much. Fucking true. I'd be a hypocrite if I don't let her go. Besides, Daisy would laugh her arse off, or be filled with horrible pity if she knew. I'm not supposed to let someone else define me. And if I refuse to let her go, I'd be forcing myself to define her.
She's had her uses.
Wow. She's done a lot for me in the 7 years we've been together. I pursued her at first for the money. It was supposed to be strictly business. There might have been a time or two when I considered taking her out of the picture so that I can do with the money as I pleased. I had planned to manipulate her, and I feel horrible thinking about it. But along the way I had changed, if only for her. Perhaps my father would scoff, tell me I've gone soft. Maybe I have, does it matter? 7 long years. It had its ups and downs, and it certainly hasn't been a perfect marriage. We had our fights, who hasn't? I have never had a fight like you have, sir. Especially with drunkenness. But those small moments where we could just laugh and be our happy selves were always magical. I made these years worth it, and I had seen many more years to come. So where did I go wrong? Maybe cheating? I've loved only 2 women in my life. Mother dear, bless her soul, and Hannah, who has been my sunshine for so long. Losing her, I fear that I might become more like my father. That's on you. That is not Hannah's fucking responsibility. Had Damien Wright stayed with Mother or any of the other numerous women he's had a child with, would he have been less of an embittered shell of a man? Would having a darling love in his life make him a better person? Perhaps it is bias of me to doubt so. I don't think I can ever see the old man in a favorable light. I wonder if they're trying to make me feel sorry for him, but I just don't.
I'm just surprised that you're not afraid. She might be leaving with delicate information.
Are you suggesting murder, Johan?
Oh, she might know something. But if she hasn't done anything with the knowledge for this long, I don't think she would do anything now. If she had even an inkling of what I've done, what I'm capable of, she'll know it's not a good idea. Hannah's a smart woman.
Smart, kind, hardworking, generous, loyal. I can go on and wax poetic about her if I had any talent with the stuff.
Why don't you sit down and have a drink with me? Don't worry, it's not poisoned or anything.
Lonely? Oh, I suppose there's no harm.
I feel nothing for this disgusting pile of trash scumbag, yeah. With a shake of my head, I procure another glass and pour some of the wine. Watching the red liquid is fascinating all on its own with my muddled brain, that I barely noticed sloshing some of it and staining my suit. It'll be an utter bugger to clean, so I'm glad that isn't my problem. Handing it over, I can't help but look at the ceiling and let out a sigh. My eyes, damp, glazed over, though. I won't let it go further than that. Raising my own glass for a toast, I clear my throat.
We drink to... Do we really need a reason to? The world is messed up.
I don't know if trying to make you feel sorry. I think they are trying to explain why he is the way he is. Not that any of it makes him any less of a disgrace of a man. Yeah.
War, terrorism, famine, poverty, loved ones and love lost. The world is a cesspool. Might as well be drunk if we're going to drown in it.
A bit less eloquent than your usual speeches, but zum Wohl.
A sip. A gulp. Refill. Rinse and repeat until the bottle of Velny is barely a fifth left. I must have drunk most of it because I barely see Chakran take a sip after his first glass. He certainly feels that way. I don't even think I can stand up, let alone walk. I'm all legless. My mind just feels so funny, and everything else is equally hilarious. Bloody hell, I think I can make out faces of a bald man on the wallpapers, with the butler also standing up. He looks like a skyscraper from where I'm seated.
Jesus Christ, I have Sasquatch as a butler.
I have a great alcohol tolerance, so this, seeing how I'm a giggling wreck right now, I assume really bad. If there is any sober part of me left, it'd probably be shrivel up and die just thinking of the hangover that'll come in the morning. But I can't help but get distracted at the sight of the moonlight peeking in through the curtains, shiny and shimmering. Splendid. Anyway, and absolutely splendid. God damn it! I didn't even read ahead. I just was singing along. Explanation without explaining away his awfulness. At least that's what we're hoping they're going for, yeah. I hope so too, but we'll see. Can't remember in that much detail, to be honest. That's fair. Even if the night brought calm, it is the moon that always enamored me so. It is a second sun, but just as beautiful as my sunshine.
I want to go out and look at the moon. Mommy, I can't feel my legs.
Mutter, I am not. Don't tell me I have to carry you upstairs to bed.
You know, Hannah, she told that photo man that I was a trying husband. I can't even. The nerve of them, right? He goes and takes her out shopping, and they give me lip service in return. I bet they were talking shite while they were in the store spending my money. Am I a trying husband, Joe?
I wouldn't know. You're not my husband, are you? But you are a trying Dummkopf when you are this
I didn't even do nothing. I did my best to behave decent. Whiskey and Mint are just good friends, that's all. And that Rochelle woman's baby isn't mine.
How do you know? Is it mine? Again, I love the voice actor. He's nailing this.
I swear, I couldn't love any other woman than Hannah.
But that doesn't mean you didn't bang her. You literally tried to have sex with Marianne. I can't trust what you say.
Miss Pink is right. I don't know how she can even put up with me. She deserves far better than me. But Hannah must be so tired. I'm a brat, aren't I? She said as such. I don't want Hannah to leave me, Joe.
Once again, go home, Luke. You're drunk. He is home. Voice actor, good. Character can go kick rocks. Well, yeah.
Oh God, she's the love of my life, you know? I'm a shy human being without her. I should... Flowers. Lots and lots of flowers. All of the flowers. Enough to make the Queen's Gardens look like a fucking dumpster fire in comparison.
Miss Pink, is that Rebecca? I think so. You're still a human being either way, I'm afraid, yeah.
All well and good, but you are not achieving any of that while you are lying on the carpet.
To be fair, he's a shit person with her. I mean, yeah.
Now, if you can lift your skinny ass and work with me. 1, 2, 3.
But I don't want to go to bed. The moon is so pretty tonight.
I should just let you sleep on the ground, Bratwurst.
That's fair.
Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty face from day to day. Come on, Mummy, wake up. I want to be in that play. Mummy, wake up. You promised that you'd help me practice my lines today. The auditions are tomorrow, so I have to practice.
Is that
The
when she
last
died?
syllables of recorded time, and all our yesterdays have lighted fools. Mummy, are you...
Yep. Alright. The heartbeat. What? Did I miss it? Oh. Luke left Hannah in Johann's care after the incident to the kitchen. Pissed off at the recent events and possible divorce looming on the horizon, he dedicated the rest of his day to getting hammered, stopping only after his butler intervened. That threw me for a time loop. I know, I was like, that doesn't sound like Luke. I love Johann so much. I choke back a scream and wake up in a cold sweat. With my heart pounding in my ears, it takes a while to remember where I am. Excuse me. In the dark and cold of the room, one can't fault me for feeling ill at ease. It isn't as bright as the penthouse, and the renovations did little to change how old it feels. We've been here less than a week. It'll take a bit more time to adjust. It's hard to feel cozy, though, when I'm bloody freezing. Nudging the lump of fabric next to me, I sigh.
It's cold. Don't hug the sheets, Hannah.
She always did this, though. It hardly bothers me. She always did this, though it hardly bothers me. Growing up, I was lucky to have something to use as a mattress. I'm not the one who grew up accustomed to Egyptian cotton with thread count of 800. Besides, the warmth that Hannah exuded on her own is usually enough to keep me sleeping through the night. The temperature tonight must be something else with how chilly it is right now. I must be considerate. After all, the poor dear is ill, though I loathe to think about what had just transpired.
Don't make me pull those sheets off you. That blanket is large enough to cover an elephant. You need to share.
It takes a while.
What was that, honey? Apologies. I'm just in the loo, so if you can give me a moment.
I figured that's the ghost next to him with the music. Oh. There's no sign that they'll be moving where they lie. With care, I go for a knife hidden under the side of my bed. It would be foolish of me to investigate anything while I'm unarmed after all. To pull back the covers would be more difficult fare, because reaching out to uncover who is beneath, I have to prepare for anything and assume the worst. If I so much as see the nozzle of a gun, there's going to be a murder tonight. I know they say not to bring a knife to a gunfight, but I think I can sink a blade in his liver faster than he can point and aim. I see the rise and fall of the sheets, though I could easily be mistaken as the fault of the breeze. I hear their breathing. A great sense of foreboding comes over me, making me hesitate with my plan. I should just get Hannah and myself out of here, not look back and let security handle it. That's what they're there for. Or maybe I should just man up. Toxic. There's no way I'm risking the chance that inaction will put Hannah in danger. But what's the worst that could happen, right? I have no reason to be afraid. There's no boogeyman under the bed, no monster in my closet. If anything, these things should be afraid of me. Right? I grab a fistful of sheets and throw them aside. Do I have to quick time? Nothing. Okay. That's fine. Luke woke up in the middle of the night with a scream and in cold sweat. Finding comfort in the warm body next to his, he tried to get back to sleep and forget the images plaguing his mind until Hannah called out to him from the loo. Yeah, because she's having morning sickness or night sickness. And it's what he deserves. I know. Nothing but a bunch of pillows stare back at me. Must be my imagination. I'd rather not think I'm going mad. It could very well be the stress getting to me, all this drama with Hannah. I've been doing well all these years, all things considered. I guess I do have a breaking point. But still, the world goes on even if one cannot, and I must go along with it. I suppose a day off or two tomorrow wouldn't hurt. Rest aside from a few hours of sleep will be welcome, more than. But I can't shake off the unease. I dare say that I feel afraid, irrationally so, that something will come creeping and crawling from under the bed, even as I lay down and close my eyes. Sunday, October 30th. The odd dreams don't linger, thankfully. But with the morning comes another disturbance. Both too loud and too sharp for my tastes. And I have very fine tastes. When the piercing rings of a doorbell reaches even the bedroom, I'm very much inclined to think the person who built this place lacks any sense of it. Perhaps the only good thing is that the ruckus has chased away the need and guilt from last night's commotion. Needling. If only temporary. Still, it's a bloody annoying distraction. I can tell already that it is going to be a long day. Hasn't even started. Before the racket even lasts another minute, I'm peeling myself off the bed and heading straight for the main door. There will be a murder today if this doesn't let up. How quaint. It seems everything in this blasted universe is intent on getting on my nerves as of
Gordon
late.
Bennett! Only a Nancy would knock at such an ungodly hour!
In the first place, I shouldn't be the one doing this. This is why I hired a valet, for fuck's
Where's
sake.
that damn butler when I need him?
Is this Zach? I'll be honest, if only for today. With the mansion this quiet at this hour in the morning, it's easy to believe those little ghost stories might be real. But the only horror here is how long Hannah's patience with me will last after the incident at the party. Neither the deafening silence nor the biting chills spread across every room in the place. There's no place for fear when another set of problems already burns that fuel. So I wait for another second. When no butler still answers my call, I simply yank the doors open myself, perhaps with more force than needed. Yeah. Zach. So trigger warnings, probably racism. Probably words I will not read out loud. And maybe it should be appropriately there, considering the person on the other side of the hour the other side and the hour he dared appear on my doorstep. Even someone with half a brain knows not to disturb anyone this early. Brief confusion quickly gives way to anger, and before the bloody photographer can even get a word in, I'm hurling venom at him. It's less than he deserves, really. Hannah will disapprove, scolding me for treating the man with such disrespect if she hears me right now. She seems fond of him, after all, treats him like the friend she's known for years. But she's not here, isn't she? What she doesn't know...
You! Again! It's bloody 6 in the morning! What the hell is it now?
Listen, sir, I know this is not a good time.
Oh, it's not a good time! Did you even check the clock before coming here? I bet you didn't!
This is still my home. My rules also apply to this place as much as Hannah's do. As simple as that.
Unlike you, the ones living in this house need to sleep.
It just so happens it's also a person I will never take a liking to. No need for remorse.
Come back when people are actually awake, or I'll call security on you.
He continues shouting even as I slam the door in his face. God damn it, buddy. Alright. Some nonsense about the news lately, though I don't understand most of it. However, with the closed doors muffling the better part of it, and with no ears to listen, his tirade doesn't last too long. Eventually he leaves, and silence once again fills the room, as it should. In hindsight, maybe I should call for psychiatric services. He certainly sounds mental just screaming like that. A suspicious man like him left roaming the immediate grounds. Can you tell me why you think he's suspicious? Do I want to know? Nothing good can come of it. But if his presence will indeed bring a problem, a sign of bad things to come, I'll probably know soon enough. Worst comes to worst, Chakran will take care of it if need be. It's what I'm paying him for. In the meantime, the bigger problem at hand, a hangover. Maybe I'll have some absinthe to temper it? Dog hairs? Or some wine to help me get back to sleep. It's still early, 1 glass won't hurt. Or 2. You have a fucking problem. Whatever the case, I need to think, wherever that may lead me to. It's nothing. Everything leads to nothing, except for this pounding headache. As if my mind will burst at any time and leak out of my ears, my vision swims in and out of view. Maybe Hannah likes him because he's actually the sweetest, kindest, most wonderful person you'll meet, unlike you, Luke. Oh, I thought you were talking about Luke at first, and I'm like, what? Yeah. Zach is a precious cinnamon roll. Literally too pure for this world. I'm just saying. Alright. My stomach threatens rebellion, with plans of making me throw up from what little food I've taken in with how my mouth feels. It's like it's filled with cotton. Stop fucking drinking so much, right? One would think that the fact I'm hungover would make me the grumpiest person in the room. But as it is, my eyes move over to Hannah, who is stirring sugar into her tea and scowling down at it. All the while as if it has just murdered a baby in front of her. I have half the mind to bemoan my current state and make a fool of myself just to make her smile. And I'm rather good at bemoaning. Not that I would admit that. Why, I'm already adopting the posture of a whiny teenager as I speak, slouched forward with my cheek on the table.
Oh, I'm dying. Oh, God, I'm dying. Hannah? Johan's, call an ambulance, please.
Oh my God, look, there's fake tears and everything.
Let it be known that I leave all my belongings to Hannah Wright nee Evans. Everything but 30,000 quid. But oh, I see a bright light. I see a farm.
Why 30,000?
Mother dearest, is that you? Little Lucille is on his way home. I'm so sorry, but I must leave you, Hannah. Cover my face. Your eyes dazzle. I die young.
I hate this. Hair of the dog that bit you is an idiom about hangover cures. Oh. Drinking more will get over your hangover. I hate it. Bye, Luke. That much I can manage through the hangover. A thing entirely of my fault, considering I've drunk twice the night before. Another thing I will never admit. Really, it's a miracle I haven't accrued alcohol poisoning yet.
Oh, stop being so melodramatic, Luke. Besides, you never lived in a farm. You hate farms. We are not bringing you to the hospital for a hangover. Really? One would think you'd be used to it by now with how stubborn you are about your drinks.
That wasn't quite a goldfish. It was like the tiny piece of one. Damn it.
Dare I ask what the 30,000 quid is for, though?
It pulls a small smile from her for a moment, but the pinched look on her face returns quickly enough.
He lost a bet with Robert and Elise after a night of drinking at the Crawl. 10,000 each. And another 10 to me.
The sneer that makes its way to on my face doesn't hold as much heat as it usually does. It's just a bit of friendly ribbing. Though I still wish he wouldn't tattle. It was just a tiny fin, yeah. Of course, it was my fault for mentioning the money. It wasn't like anyone would notice 30 grand missing from millions, though. That's how much I spend on a normal weekend.
Oh, must you be such a teacher's pet? I told you not to talk about it.
God, I wish that's just like casual money I could spend. No, I don't. I do, but I wouldn't do it that way.
I'm having second thoughts about moving to the penthouse. If this is what you do when I'm not looking.
Oh no, don't encourage him. I've almost forgotten about that little arrangement too. Shame. Hopefully that's the reason why she's so intent on glaring at the table until its varnish peels off. The alternate would be sobering.
It was that one time. I'm not a child in need of minding or mother hens. As much as I'd love for you to stay, you said you need some time to yourself. Don't let the fact that I lost a bet once make you think I have to be supervised.
It wasn't. I'm just worried about you, Luke. I'd be less so if you actually sat up.
Why are you worried about me? I'm more concerned about what your doctor told you. How did the house call go?
I didn't want to intrude on her privacy when the doctor arrived. A ridiculous sentiment considering I am still her husband. But it wasn't like I could have done any good being there. What with nursing a hangover and all. And he needs to fucking learn to take care of himself. You need to take care of yourself. Exactly. However, a part of me feared what would be said. Not to mention, I trust that Hannah would tell me if something was serious. Of course, it probably is something bad, and I would be a fool to hope otherwise. I found her having a seizure, for goodness sake. I would have rushed her to the hospital as soon as she awoke, but it was her insistence that kept me at bay. A cup of tea finds itself in my hands, an attempt to appease me, no doubt. But I don't bother to drink, let alone look up. If anything, I just press my forehead on the table to hide the childish pout on my lips. Not that this is any better.
It was fine. The physician took some of my blood, and he scheduled me for a few lab tests tomorrow morning. I've already called for a driver and attendant to accompany me, so there's no need for you to worry.
You are his wife, not his babysitter, yeah. Which he would bang if she was old enough.
And what? You'll just be leaving me behind then? And I don't think you should be going anywhere alone.
You hate hospitals even more than you hate farms, Luke. And Kylie's coming for your play date tomorrow, remember? Relax. I'm taking Johans with me if it makes you feel better.
Herr Dr. Hobbs asked that I keep her under observation for the time being. Naturally, I'll be reporting my findings at the hospital.
Sitting up, I run a finger over the rim of my teacup and mull it over. I do hate the bloody place. I thought hiring Chakran would have been enough for me to avoid the place. Apparently not. Bloody doctors and bloody sick people. I don't want to catch anything contagious. Ooh. Can't even tell crying people to shut up if they get too annoying. Respecting their grief, my arse. Save for a life and death situation, I'd rather avoid the mass graveyard that hid beneath the sterile air and white tiles.
I guess you two can go without me.
Wow.
I can't believe how naturally you two conspire behind my back. Don't expect my help if those bloody doctors bleed you too dry. Vampires, every single one of them. Not as bad as lawyers and politicians, but close enough.
I wouldn't say it's the doctors, it's the medical care.
You do know Carly will be upset when she finds out you're not here tomorrow. Again.
She'll be happy enough to spend time with her fairy godfather, I'm sure. You're a good role model for her, despite your whining.
No matter how many times Hannah claims that whining is unbecoming of me, I never listen. Not like anyone that matters is here to judge. Well, it's not like anyone else actually matters. I'll whine if I bloody want to, and I'll be no lesser because of it. Of course, I will not tolerate another person's whining. Except perhaps for Hannah, but she hardly ever does that. Even right now, I can see a look of pain passes on her face, and her hand goes to her stomach. Yet, she keeps quiet, not bringing it up or complaining. I'll say ask if she's alright.
Are you alright? Should we be concerned? Maybe we should bring you to the hospital now.
She likes me more for it. Oh my god, I didn't look at... Look at this fucking pose! Hate it.
I just feel a little queasy, that's all. A bit more tea in me, maybe some more sleep, and I'll be right as rain.
There's a goldfish. Don't count it. But it fell. No, he's not. He's a racist piece of shit. Not a good role model, yeah. The pose of a poser. This is meant to be set in England, so healthcare costs shouldn't be as much of a problem. Right. I realized that as I was saying it, but I would expect, given how rich they are, all their medical care would be private. That's true. I spent a lot of time around people who lie for a living, and I can't help but feel that there's more to it than just that. Maybe it is just as she says, and I'm overthinking it. But I trust I trust Hannah will fess up before things can get any worse. She's never really lied to me before. Nothing big, at least.
If you're sure, I'm just worried. You'll tell me if anything is wrong, right? You do know you can still trust me. That I do still care about you.
I know that. I'm just going to be moving out soon. Even if it is for a short while, you won't always be there for me.
Did you finish packing before you... I understand if you haven't, and I won't blame you if you've changed your mind after what happened. You can stay until you feel better.
I'm still moving. It isn't like you can't visit to check up on me. Although that does somewhat defeat the point. Luke, I'm a big girl. I'm going to get a checkup tomorrow, take whatever pills they tell me to get, and get over it. You really don't need to worry. I'm fine.
Oh, I do so hate those words. I hide my scowl by taking a sip of tea, fighting off the urge to hurl the cup at the wall. I'm fine, she says. A lie. Apparently the sour disposition I have, one not entirely born from my hangover, is still obvious. Without saying a word, Hannah puts her hand on mine and squeezes it tight. Her hands are cold and clammy, her grip weak. I can see the small tremors that run along her shoulders and the paleness in her cheeks. She has yet to recover from what happened to her. She's not fine. And I'm not either.
Fine. I don't need to like it, but fine.
I don't think either of us really like it. But I do think it is for the best.
Perhaps we should bring you back to bed. The sooner you are off your feet, the better.
Is that some sort of roundabout way of saying that you want to sweep me off my feet and take me to bed? This isn't our honeymoon. I need rest, mister.
I'm aware that this is the farthest thing from our honeymoon. This isn't how things are supposed to be. Hannah isn't supposed to leave. I'm not supposed to let her. Yes, you are. And if she ever did leave, I suppose it's supposed to be on my terms. Why? Everything is going wrong. But I respect her enough to let her have her space, as she so puts it. If divorce is brought up, however, well, that's another matter entirely.
Really now, you shouldn't have gotten up in the first place. Breakfast in bed exists for a reason. Come on then, back to bed you go.
Are you going to carry me to bed then?
You're far too heavy for that. Johans could carry you, if you'd like.
Can you blame me if I enjoy food too much? I can walk, thank you very much.
Wow! Wow! I don't say a word as she clutches my arm to steady herself. There are nicer ways to say that you are... I just say, oh, I can't. I'm too weak. Not, you're too heavy. What the fuck? Wait. It's this one, isn't it? Come Sunday morning, Luke woke up with a huge hangover, to Hannah's utter displeasure. Regardless, she informed him of her plan to see a doctor at the city, something her husband immediately worried about, which she allayed with gentle reassurance. Luke, just no, you know. I get the feeling I might be saying wow a lot in this chapter. That's the third time in 10 minutes, yeah. There's no protest as she uses me as a crutch while going up the stairs. But that's as far as I want to go. Judging by the light bluish on Hannah's face, she's gotten self-conscious about it too.
Johans, look after her, and you stay in bed. I just need to go out.
I'll have plenty of time to be lonely in the mansion by myself when Hannah moves out. For now, I can go and stretch my legs. Fresh air, all that. Breathe. Alright. Now some water. This man! I'll save too. Alright. Gray skies loom over the horizon, though the sun fights for every precious minute it gets to stay. It will rain again soon, but the wind bringing along gloomy clouds normal to Luxborn. Until then, it doesn't hurt to be out here for fresh air and sunshine. I walk to the gardens, with little of it there is at the moment anyway, and kneel by the daffodils. These were the first to be brought here and planted at my request, and if nothing else, they brought a sense of peace. They were Mother's favorites. Closing my eyes, I lift my chin up to welcome the light that shines upon me. And for a minute, I can imagine myself as one of the flowers, peaceful, blooming, and all too happy to stand in its warmth. Life would be much easier if we were all like flowers, wouldn't it? But I didn't step out here to get all philosophical. I have problems much more practical than figuring out the meaning of life, after all. Too many things have gone on these past few days, and I want to forget about them, even for just a moment.
It's almost All Saints, isn't it? To think I've almost forgotten.
I speak the words absent-mindedly. The date means nothing to me, as I neither worship the religion nor have any graves to visit. After all, Mother was never given a proper burial. But it's a date as good as any for me to grieve. Otherwise, I would have done so every single day, crippling myself and shutting everyone else out. I can remember how the flames licked at her flesh and how it consumed her body until there was nothing left but ash. I stood there watching with the operator and a social service worker, though I could have been alone for all I cared. I felt alone. It was the most that could be done. No one would attend the funeral of a dead prostitute, let alone pay for it. All that is left of her, proof that she had lived, is her name written in the ledger of Luxborn Cemetery, a lighter, and me. Pulling out the lighter from my jacket, I can't stop myself from flicking it open to stare at the flame and to run my thumb over her name. All in all, it isn't much, but it's something. And it'll be wrong of me not to make something of myself when she would have given everything to make sure I can become anything I want to be.
Feels like I'm stuck in a nightmare right now. What I would give to have you here by my side, Mother dear. To see you smiling at me. Alive and as beautiful as ever. I'm afraid I'm starting to forget what your face looks like. I've already forgotten the shade of your hair.
Eleanor Chandler was a wonderful woman, though not everyone would have agreed. Not everyone had seen past her occupation, past her vices and her illness. All they saw was a poor woman who sold her body to make ends meet and had a bastard son because of it. They didn't see the mother who worked hard to put food on the table for me, the woman who gave and gave and gave to me while expecting nothing in return. She taught me the merits of hard work, but though I loved her so, I worked hard for myself. I would not be so selfish, so selfless. Oh my god. I would not be so foolish, so selfless towards people who would never give back. I learned that from the father who plucked me out of an orphanage for his own selfish gain. A pocket lighter before I can feel the urge to actually set anything ablaze. Considering my close proximity to the flowers, they would most likely be the victim of arson. Just the thought itself is blasphemous. Nevertheless, that doesn't save them from being picked. Just enough to make a bouquet of things in honor of Eleanor.
Would you be proud of me if you saw me now, Mother? Maybe.
No.
You're always so forgiving. No matter what trouble I got into. More than I deserved. Especially now.
It's been a while since I've talked to my mother like this. I've been thinking of both my dear parents far too much, as of late, when I shouldn't. I have a future to look forward to and the present to take care of. These memories of the past give me nothing but grief. The life of Lucille Mitchell Chandler should be nothing but a footnote in Luke Wright's non-existent autobiography. It's because of Hannah, isn't it? I worry that she is all too much like Mother, that it scares me, and the thought that I'm turning into my father is even more so. Yep. But even if history is so set to repeat itself, I'm not a child anymore. Content to sit aside, unable to do anything to help, and too inexperienced to think that the worst wouldn't happen. I have money to buy the best medicines and doctors if need be. She'll get better, she has to. Once we get over this little bump in the road, I can stop worrying. All will be right with the world. Unfortunately, my time alone is cut short, though.
I think those flowers look beautiful, my lord. The parlor, the room where the lady stays for her tea. It could certainly use some.
The voice is not familiar, though I'm not really one to remember such things. We're gonna bang a ghost! We're gonna bang a ghost! Still love him? Probably. She is his mother, but be proud of him? Surely not. Oh my god. Going with her attire, I would say that she's one of the housekeepers. Strange considering I've sent all the staff but Johann's way. And her face, as pretty as it is unfamiliar to me. It would be a lie if I said that it didn't set me on edge. Most would say that I cared little for my employees. That isn't entirely untrue. However, I'd like to think I know the people who work for me, especially those who roam my home, even if it's just a face and name. Besides, I would remember a beauty such as her. Of course you would. So yes, here's the ghost, or how she used to look anyway. Right. Yeah. So who is this? If she is someone impersonating a household staff to get in, she's doing a bad job at it.
Didn't you get the memo? Are you new? Today is a day off. You aren't supposed to be here.
I expect poor excuses and apologies the likes of her often give, but she merely smiles.
Oh, no. I've been a servant here since you first came.
And I see no signs of lying nor hear it in her words, yet they can't be true. But I find that I feel like I can relax. Interesting that she approaches you this way. She has that sort of smile that makes one's kindness shine through without words and action. It reaches her eyes, filling them with a strange sort of mirth, as if she's just thought of something very funny. Perhaps, had it been any other person, I would have interpreted it as deceitful grin, but the curl of her lips and the shine of her eyes are too soft to hold any malice. She takes my silence as a sign that she can continue. And it's not like I feel any urgency to stop her. I'm not really in the mood for company, but I'm not adverse to it at the moment either. Well, if she was banging the original owner like the flashback gave us, yeah, she probably likes him like that. Entertaining a beauty like her, even for a little while, wouldn't hurt. It helps that she proves easy to listen to, despite how oddly she speaks.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I shouldn't have bothered you. Look at me, talking to the master of the house without even asking for permission. What will the others think? If you'll excuse me, I'll just...
I haven't driven you away yet, have I? And it's your day off. I don't see why we can't chat a bit.
Hey, DT. Hello.
Of course. If that is what you wish. As long as it does not get you into trouble with the lady. To even take time for someone as lowly as me. No wonder that everyone under the mansion's employ is so fond of you.
Let's be honest, no one under the mansion's employ is fond of him. Still here, no idea what's going on. We're gonna bang a ghost. Maybe. Sure seems like it. The girl on the left is a ghost of someone who existed previously. Guy on the right is an asshole. Racist asshole. Hate him. Ghost porn.
Though it should have no longer been a surprise to me. You have always been such a kind and loving lord.
Have you met Luke Wright? Have you met him? He treats everyone like shit. I have to stop myself from calling her out on her shit. Yeah, shite. It's almost as if she's talking about an entirely different man. Yeah. No matter how big my ego gets, I know for a fact I'm hardly in the running for Best Boss of the Year award. No, she's sucking up to suck that dick. Anyway. Ghost porn, you can see through the script. God damn it. Ooh, dumplings. She doesn't think she's talking to him, though. Yeah, I think this is her talking to the Lord in the past, but... Oh god, it's just weird. Maybe she's a secret lumberjack and looking for wood. The only reason that most of my staff stay is because of the decent compensation. I'm not cheap. But if she wants to lay it on thick, I'll allow it. Who wouldn't want a beautiful woman complimenting them?
I'm sure she'll be fine with this. We are just talking after all. Unless you had other things on your mind when you approached me.
Oh wait, I wouldn't make jokes. The words leave my mouth before I even realize what I've said. I panic a bit. Though I can get away with picking up women in the city, sometimes even out of the country, I've always taken care not to do so in my home or in my business. That doesn't make it better! Spirits aren't the only thing that's going to be raised. Not when it'll be so easy for Hannah to find out about my infidelity through these channels. Oh my god. Though seriously, I still don't see what the big deal about it is. I just have an itch I need to scratch. The problem is that you're being dishonest. That is the problem. There are people who swing, who are polyamorous, who... Those are appropriate, healthier ways to do this. If you just want to bang other people, you need to be transparent with Hannah, let her know that's what you want to do, and you need her consent for you to do it. Otherwise, she can choose to leave the relationship, or you can choose to leave the relationship if you need that and can't abide by her consent. There needs to be honesty and transparency. That's why it's wrong, because you are not being honest and you are not allowing Hannah to consent to be in the relationship with full knowledge of what the relationship entails. Hiding something from her takes her consent away. Luke, they make a cream for that. Consent is key. With the amount of drinking he does, it might be a small issue. Also true.
I know it must be amusing to see a girl flustered for a man of your stature, but please don't say such things, my lord. I saw you alone and simply thought you could use some company.
Thankfully, I do count my lucky stars. It seems the woman takes it as a joke rather than a casual pass it intended to be.
So how are you liking your work around the mansion? The place is wonderful, but I imagine the upkeep is ungodly with all the rooms and whatnot. I don't even want to think about how many people are on the staff roster.
Work is work, my lord. It is a way of living. A purpose from day to day. It is certainly far better than doing nothing or having no food to eat.
I just have an itch I need to scratch. Pegging. Please do not Google search that.
The house itself is also beautiful. There's no lack of things to look at. I'm sure you've seen those books in the study. I can't read any of them yet, but if given the chance, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be thinking of those things. Especially when the rains, they might bring more work to us soon. It will definitely be much more difficult when it returns. Idling about is the least I should be doing.
I guess you can put it that way if you want to be brutally honest about the whole thing. And the rain shouldn't be a problem.
I saw itch as inch and laughed harder. I have an inch I need scratched. Quick, somebody get Tim. Wait, why Tim? What?
Hopefully. Maybe.
If a little dreary, at least she doesn't beat around the bush. Do you want her to beat around the bush? Do you want to beat around her bush? So Tim can be surrounded by puns, fair. Damona's saying not to scratch something. Cat, what? Am I wrong? I like the honesty. Many would bemoan their status as a household staff, as a janitor or other menial role, and believe themselves to be for great things. And I would not begrudge the idea that one can always get better. But one shouldn't be so discontent with what they have either.
The rain is something I simply must get accustomed to, if I am to live here. I've not spent long in this place after all, but I have been told that it has rained in this nation since a mother's time, and their mother's time. There is little we can do about it. I am just glad to have time in the sun, even for a short while.
Isn't that the truth? Really, these sunny days have been welcome, though I can't imagine they'll last for long. Sometimes I just want to pack my things and leave for somewhere like, say, the Bahamas or whatnot. Get some sun and surf.
But certainly, you will return for us, won't you? This is your home, after all. Your people. They won't be pleased if the master of the house leaves.
Of course, I can't very well leave my businesses hanging here, can I? I just wish I could actually trust people enough to go on vacation without taking work with me. I've also got to get back here if I ever want proper meals. A proper pudding is something you'll never find out there.
The woman nods in understanding, and I must say that she makes for a fine listening ear. Though what she says next gives me pause, whether she meant for me to hear it or not. I'm laughing my ass off here, you're welcome. It's more like, well, I told you not to search it. The Bahamas, a little R&R and TNA. Tits and ass.
And good tea. From what the cook has been telling me, I've yet learned how to prepare one. Perhaps once I do, it would endear the lady of the house to me. I never expected her to be so unkind after what she did for me. Though it's only if one catches her in a foul mood. I wish I knew how to avoid her anger.
I highly doubt she means Hannah. Yeah, Hannah's like the nicest person ever. These are completely opposite. That woman rarely has a mean bone in her body. And when she actually is nasty towards someone else, it's usually deserving enough. Much like with that Rochelle woman. Hell, she even tolerates Harvey for me, even if she did admit she doesn't quite like the man. She must mean the head housemaid, right? I have to laugh at that. Not that I have room to speak. I don't deal with her myself anymore, though even Johans has a few choice words about the head hag. She's just been under the Wright employ when she was also head housemaid for my father. And if anyone's not going to get along with someone, it'd be that crotchety old woman. I don't even remember her name. But the woman had been this strict, upstart bitch who took me, one look at me, her master's bastard son, and turned her nose up, as if she were better by mere consequence of birth. That, and she absolutely loathed my very existence. Perhaps the rumors had been true. She had a miscarriage while bearing another one of dearest father's children, and she saw me as an obstacle to her being granted a better standing in life. I remember that much, at least. The only reason I haven't sacked her yet is because of her competence. Also because working under my household makes her absolutely miserable. Her resignation made impossible by her pride.
Nobody really gets along with that woman. I think everyone just tolerates her because of how old she is. I mean, not to be rude or awful or anything, but she's at the age where she'll be pushing daisies soon enough.
Okay, you didn't clarify with the ghost, though, that you're talking about the head woman. So she thinks you're talking about Hannah. Why is the ghost doing all this in the first place? She got murdered. So in the past, the original two people of the house, Hannah's lookalike and Luke's lookalike, who were cousins, I guess, they owned the house, and the ghost hooked up with the man of the house, and the woman caught him in bed with her, and I'm guessing lost it and murdered the ghost girl, murdered this woman. And so the ghost, or the ghost of her, is now in a vengeance to kill people because of what happened to her. Because, like, she didn't deserve that. If anything, it's probably the husband or whatever. But, I mean, we're still slowly finding it out, but this is what we know. This is what we currently know. And that's why she's not attacking Luke or haunting Luke. Well, she's haunting him in a different way. She wants to bang because she sees him as the head of the house. What? I'm not wrong. I heard cat. I don't know. Your family's a disastrous mess, Luke. I mean, sure.
Is she? Really, my lord? I'm sure the lady is much younger than that.
I think the thought of tormenting the young and beautiful gives her reason to live.
It does seem that way. Though I feel sorry for her. One's life should not be wasted away on hatred and anger. It is never good for the heart or the head to always carry ill thoughts. But at the least, you are here for us. We are certainly so lucky to have a lord like you. The lady even more so. The gods smile down on her. Though, if I may be honest, she is to be envied.
Even when I have my suspicions about her, she's just so easy to talk with that I've forgotten. I don't know who she is, and if she's actually one of the household staff. That would explain why she would so easily give obviously wrong statements about my character. Though if she is here for malicious intent, she would have done more than do small talk with me by now, wouldn't she? I have so many questions. Perhaps curiosity will kill this cat. Oh god, I hope so.
It's strange that I've never seen you before. What's your name?
You do not remember?
I don't believe you've mentioned it, or am I missing something?
You still cannot comprehend it. Can you, my lord?
Her answer chips away at the good mood I'm starting to get into. I have every right to be angry at the cryptic response. She threatens insubordination with her very presence alone. But instead of hurling vitriol at the woman, I take a deep breath. I do not want my mood ruined any further than it already is. Not right now when I can let my temper take its course another time.
Whatever your name is, and no matter how long you've been working for us, that does not change the fact that you shouldn't be here. I'll call you a cab to bring you to the city if you want.
Shouldn't I? What if I do not wish to leave? I merely desire to stay by your side and serve. Is that such a deplorable thing?
Her gaze sends chills down my spine. It's too easy to see the devotion, the obsession in her eyes. Not the good sort either, as her scrutiny makes me feel like I'm laid bare. The offness of her presence is all the more palpable with the feeling of bugs crawling on my skin, and the silence that makes it seem as if the world has stopped. Any friendly atmosphere we might have had going for us is completely forgotten. Danger. A small part in the back of my mind screams, the part that has kept me alive all these years. And in hindsight, I'd be stupid not to take heed of it. But I've grown arrogant, complacent, and content to hide behind wealth and power.
Yes, it's a deplorable thing, as you said, because I'd like to be alone now. Thank you very much. If you didn't want the day off, you should have reported to your superior. This is utterly unprofessional of you, and I shall be issuing complaints. In fact, if you know it's good for you, you should start looking for another employer.
It's at my threat that the face on her, or that the smile on her face turns tight.
I see. It escapes you still. This is unfortunate. How despairing that this misery must go on. But maybe, if you come with me, I can help you.
I wonder if she really thinks they're the reincarnations and she's trying to like trigger their old memories. I don't know. She's acting very strange. Confused at now I kind of got it. Okay. Music change ya. When she reaches out for me, I recoil with a hiss.
How dare you lay your filthy hands on me without my permission?
Oh, good. I hope she sees how much of a shithead you are.
I am not going anywhere with you. Now step back and walk away before I have you forcibly removed.
Like, okay, this is a valid response to the ghost. This is not a valid response to someone who possibly works for you. I was thinking something like that as well. Yeah. Hate that. Hate that. As if a switch had been flipped, the woman's expression turns horrific, although that may very well be the understatement of this century. She herself turns horrific. If her presence is suffocating, bearing down on me. I'm rooted on the spot, through no fault of my own, as of my fear paralysis is.
You are too much like that vile woman, poisoned by her rotten influence and her filthy words.
If anything, I feel like the woman has been put in him and the man has been put in Hannah because of the way their personalities, she's saying their personalities were. I still like how she looks. Timonis.
But that can be remedied now that you're here. Oh, how we have waited to welcome you home. Come, my lord. The house beckons.
I keep thinking that's his arm and then being like, that doesn't work. No, that's definitely her arm. Like, it is definitely her arm. And perspective-wise, it is. It's just, for some reason, my brain keeps accidentally trying to put the two together. When her fingers grasp the back of my coat, I finally find it in me to break off into a run. I can still feel her eyes on me as I run back to the house. But I refuse to acknowledge it, let alone look back. All I need is to get away from her and to make sure she stays away. If that means acting like a coward and seeking out company to keep me safe, nobody can tell me to do otherwise. Bravery isn't something to be lauded at if it comes along with stupidity. It must have been a sight to see a usually composed and reserved Luke Wright bursting through the doors. Not that I have much of an audience unless there are other staff members who's chosen to disregard my orders for them to leave. Really, I still doubt that woman is one of the staff. Mustering up the courage, I look back through the windows to see if she followed me. She's gone. But I don't take my chances. I don't take any chances, putting as much distance as I can between us. Hi, Johans. Also, I find it interesting she said the house is waiting. Yeah. I noticed that too. Wanting some alone time and fresh air, Luke excused himself lingering in the gardens as he remembered the memory of his late mother. Suddenly, a beautiful woman appeared by his side, striking up a conversation with him. It was all pleasant at first until... Stopping to catch my breath, Johan's sudden appearance nearly makes me jump out of my skin.
Don't fucking do that!
Fair.
You son of a bitch! If I had a gun, I would have shot you!
Oh my god, I love that he said beach instead of bitch. Beach.
If I had any love left for my mutter, I'd take offense.
Oh, damn.
But what happened to you? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Oh, if only it was such a delusion. But I can still feel her sharp nails digging into my back. The feeling was too real for it to have just been a ghost. Oh, really? Was it? Was it? Are you sure? I'm not so sure.
There was his housekeeper. I think. I'm not sure. In the gardens. She was acting odd, and I thought to remove myself from the scene.
Strange. I made sure the rest of the staff had left and that the house was empty, as you requested. Describe this woman.
She had pale skin, dark eyes, and long, dark hair. She wouldn't give me her name.
I half expected a name from him. The man knows the staff better than I do, after all. But instead of an answer, he grows quiet. I'm pretty sure that is not a good thing. I'm even more worried when the other man looks me over. I have to protest when he pulls back my collar.
What in the bloody hell are you doing?
Checking for marks. Needle marks, to be exact. We don't have anyone like that among the staff. You could have easily been kidnapped.
A cold feeling settles itself over me at the thought. I've long established my power over the more unsavory characters in Luxborn. Or I thought I did. The most harm I thought that could come to me would be slander, robbery, or incarceration. Kidnapping? An attempt on my own person? I've forgotten that I'm as human, as mortal as any other man despite my wealth and status.
Fortunately, you look unharmed. But I advise that you be accompanied by trusted individuals at all times from now on. If not me, an assigned guard. I'll be informing them of this soon as they return from their day in the city.
That explains why all of the guards were up. Or security was up. That's the word I was going for. If the house is also more like an entity, it explains the maze-like issue. Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, I feel like she's in control of it, yeah. Already, I can feel the energy leave me at the realization of what could have been.
All right. Yes,
But yeah,
I
it could
suppose
just
we
be
should
the
do
house.
that. But I think I'd like to call it a day. I should be safe in bed, yes?
I'll stand guard outside for the night. The madam has been inquiring about you, by the way.
A guard. Any other threat and he alone would be enough to make me feel safe. But what I saw, whatever it is I saw, would one man be enough?
That's all well and good, but there's something else. That housekeeper, she...
Luke, you're home. I was worried about you.
The grin that I can muster is probably lopsided. Forced as I snap my mouth shut to keep myself blabbing about witches and monsters. Because here I am standing in the hallway, dirt on my pant legs and sweat dotting my forehead. A far cry from my usually pristine condition. Excuse me. I don't want to worry Hannah. A cough.
What happened to you? You look like you wrestled in the mud and lost, dear.
Yeah.
And those flowers. Were you gardening?
Most rich forget they are mortal, so when reality checks their ass, it's funny and sigh-inducing, yeah.
What? Oh, these. I didn't realize I still had them.
I really did not. But there they are, still in my grip, the daffodils I had taken from the garden. Even in the wake of my flight, I had refused to let go of them, whether I was conscious of it or not.
Shall I put them in a vase?
My instinct was to give it to Hannah because I feel like that was his intention, pulling them anyway. But I'm afraid something's on. Well, I guess I can't hurt anyone else. I can only hurt Luke. Hi, Fender. Hello. Good morning, baby. He didn't wrestle in the mud. Someone wanted to. I want to give them to Hannah. Because, like, I feel like it's kind of a dick move to have these flowers that look like they're for her and then be like, no, never mind, and throw them away in front of her. Like, I feel like that's just kind of fucking rude. Oh, she liked it. I don't know if this is a bad thing or not. To have Luke and Hannah like each other. I don't... Correct. If anyone else was going to die, it would have already been decided. Right. So, like, he doesn't impact Hannah. But, like, I still feel bad for Hannah if I just... like, as much as Luke is a dick and I don't care about him, I still have to play him. And I don't want to hurt Hannah. So, like, I don't want to be mean to Hannah. I like her. Anyway. Perhaps I did it to save face, or maybe a small part of me really had planned to take them for her. But, like a young man presenting flowers to Valentine's, I awkwardly thrust the bouquet in Hannah's direction.
They're for you.
These are lovely, thank you. But aren't these
Yeah. The surprise is to be expected. And the open-ended question feels needs a little interpretation. I've never given her daffodils before, especially not from ones that I considered mine.
They're for you. Don't make me think that kneeling around in the dirt was a waste of my time.
It's not. It's not. Just, are you feeling all right? I hope whatever I have isn't contagious.
Also, he did go out to pick them for Hannah. Okay, that's what I was wondering. I couldn't remember if he did, if that was his intention or not. But he did have it all wrapped up and forgot he had them, so I think he did.
I'm not sick, Hannah. I just got them for you. I thought they'd make you feel better, brighten up the room. I don't need my intentions questioned. The thank you was enough.
And Luke, as much as he's a dick, even to Hannah, doesn't actually want to hurt her. Oh, I know. Yeah, like, he cares about her. He's just treating her horribly, and instead of getting help and becoming a better person, he's not, and he keeps treating her like shit. So I just don't support them being together. He's just a selfish prick and feels she should cope with his actions that do hurt her. Yeah. This meme is long. What?
And I didn't mean to insinuate anything. But you're right. Thank you, truly, for these.
She takes them from me then, careful not to crush the stems. There is still uncertainty on her face, which endears and annoys me in equal parts. But she does look lovely with them. The very picture of her something that should be immortalized in paint. They should be for Mother. But it doesn't matter anymore.
Why don't we turn in for the night? You must be exhausted with all that gardening.
What does a dead woman care for flowers? The meme you are watching, it has been several minutes and it's still going. What, Luke? Alright. I'm surprised that didn't count as a journal entry. But now it is Monday. Wow, we're flying through this. I'm not finishing this, am I? I mean, I have 20 minutes, but like, if we're like, we got a half hour left, you know? I don't know. I guess it depends how long this day is. I didn't get any sleep, not a single wink. I was so busy jumping at every shadow and worrying about waking up with a knife at my chest. Or not waking at all. Even when Hannah wakes, in spite of a mild fever, and goes downstairs for breakfast, I stay in bed. Thoughts of poisoned food running through my head. Because, like, all the other people have been, like, 2 streams almost. Like, they're long. So, but we just started him, like, what, an hour ago? If that? This is like following Dimitri in 3 Houses. True cursed route, yeah. The rain that has started sometime during the night doesn't help the mood. Okay, maybe it helps just a little. The strange sunny weather has been nice and all, but for it to return as it should be feels like a good sign of things to come. Perhaps things will settle back to normal and the crazy drama that has gone on lately will die down. I would hate to be caught unawares in this rain. And with how it looks outside, it seems that the weather is making up for all the sunny days it's given us with a good old-fashioned downpour. No, it will slow down a lot as we get to this point because it's not going over stuff we've seen before from someone else's viewpoint. Gotcha. The rhythmic pitter-patter of the rainfall fills the early morning silence with a steady beat. Thank goodness I don't have to be anywhere in a hurry today. I would hate to be caught unawares in this rain. Didn't you say that? I don't know if that's intentional or not. I don't... Is timey-wimey happening, or was that a fuck-up? Plus, there's quite a bit after we get to the point where Ash's chapter finished. That's fair. Maybe he just wanted to reassure himself that he really didn't want to go out in the rain. Yeah! What the fuck? It does let up within the quarter of an hour. However, a day beginning with a cloud burst like this, locals usually take it as an immediate sign. Luxborn's abysmal weather is back, likely for good. Okay, we've moved on from that loop. I hope they did a damn good job fixing this place because I'd rather not have to deal with leaky roofs. I don't like the idea that the reality did a horrid patch job with the place. Hannah, technically, paid millions for this place. It better live up to the price the realty company sold it for. Roof problems aside, she's going to be a definite downer about this as well. She hates the rain. Then again, who actually does? What sane person would like it when 9 out of 10 days consist of nothing but dark, drab, and gray skies and piss water pouring down from the heavens? And when she was just starting to enjoy the sunlight. I will have to get up and about eventually. That is a given. But I'm not too keen on seeing or talking to Hannah before she leaves for the hospital. Or eventually in a few days' time. This bloody house. Kylie won't like it if she comes here only to find me in a bad mood. Few would dare rouse me from bed. Being able to keep their jobs is incentive enough. I trust they realize that now is not a good time to force me into anything. Maybe I can just get an hour or two of sleep before Suarez drops this brat off the mansion steps. If only. But as always, somebody has to be a buzzkill.
Are you really going to stay in bed all day?
I love the rain. I like the rain. I just don't necessarily want it all the time. I don't know if the fact this is made by non-UK developers is the reason for the constant jibes about our weather. I don't know. Me, you pompous bastard. Well, if I have nowhere to go, I love watching and listening to rain. Yes, that. Can my room look like this IRL? Make your dream come true. Stop putting my reality into my escapist media, please. Same, love listening to rain, especially at night. Yeah, agreed.
What do you want?
You must have been really rattled by what happened yesterday. If you need to talk about it, I am quite qualified in that regard.
I listen to rain when trying to sleep.
And you aren't even the slightest bit bothered? Truly? Not even the slightest bit worried?
I was worried. But I realized that it's not my life in danger, is it? My worrying will not help matters. Neither will yours.
Loath as I am to admit it, he is right. Still, it's more frustrating than when he doesn't give me time to concede his point.
I know you two aren't getting along.
Nosy bugger.
But you should at least see the madam off before we leave. Think of her as a business associate if you must. It would not do to part on bad terms.
It's far too early to deal with your nosiness.
That's none of his business. None of it. If he remembers his place, he'll drop it. I don't want to talk to Hannah. Not now, when I'm so high-strung and paranoid. This whole thing is a bloody mess with everything going off at once. I'm afraid that, with our troubles, I will misinterpret anything she might say or do. Especially thunderstorms, yeah. That'd just make the whole thing worse.
Are there any updates about the woman?
Being in the dark has me on edge. Information, any at all, may very well help me calming down.
I've already briefed security about her, and more from the agency will be arriving tonight. But they haven't seen anyone fitting the description.
So you have nothing then? Fat lot of use you guys are. What do I even pay you for? Do me a favor. There's the door. Don't let it hit you on your way out.
Well, there is something. It's about McCollough.
Can anyone blame me if I show the tiniest bit of interest? She's still not done with the house, and she's a nice enough woman. Plans to go back to sleep are gone.
I called her secretary about taking the day off. He hasn't heard from her over the weekend.
Yeah, she's in your fucking basement.
She's probably passed out after enjoying a pint or 2 or 10 in a bar somewhere. She's an adult. It was the weekend. She's allowed to disappear and not think about work. Fuck.
That was a weird fuck.
I wish I was passed out after a night of drinking. He does know that mobiles are a thing.
That's all well and good, but she's not answering her mobile either. Mr. Parker will be filling a missing persons case with the police if she doesn't turn up today.
Certainly someone must know where she is. Tabs are kept without fail on people who come to work for me. Background checks and consistent surveillance until they've finished their contracts with the Wrights. Some would say that it's all a bit over the top. Hi, Bear. Hi. I just see head and then on the backside of the tree, just tail hanging down. Hi, baby. But I can't be too safe. Too many want me dead.
What about one of ours? Has anyone seen her? She's pretty hard to miss with how tall the woman is.
The last anyone has seen of her was here, the morning of the party. Your housewarming party.
That isn't good news.
It wouldn't do for the police to hear of this and to suspect.
It's of little import that I can easily prove my innocence. It is all a matter of principle. Even the accusation of misdemeanor should not stain my reputation, although maybe it is a bit too late to hope for a squeaky clean one. Besides, it'll be such a hassle to have police poking about the house looking for a body that doesn't exist.
Now, if we're done here, I'd like to go back to sleep and...
No back to sleep. Well, I agree with Luke about weekends, right? Well, there goes any plans for grabbing some shut-eye. Rolling over on my stomach, I can only scream into my pillow.
Of course, of course. Ugh. Johans, distract her.
Oh, look, it's time for me to go.
Bye, bitch.
Have fun with your little play date. So long, farewell, and auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye.
So long, farewell, until... Wait, does it say off it? I don't remember. It's been too long since I've seen
don't you turn away from me. Keep her busy for an hour. Come on!
I have to press my face against the pillow once more to suppress a groan. You just can't get loyal help anymore.
Hello there, little Fraulein. Your uncle is just upstairs and will be down in a moment.
You have a blip! A blip! I must poke it! Blip. He was like... And it was so cute. Anyway, I blepped and he licked. You're into a voice like you're doing right now, child, right?
He is super excited to have you today. I hope you're well rested and ready to play a lot.
That bastard. I'll be down in a sec, Munchkin. Let me just...
Changing into a fresh shirt, brush my teeth, fix my hair, bemoan my very existence. I wish I was anywhere else in the world right now. Don't get me wrong, Kylie's a great kid. Wonderful. Better than most brats her age. But handling a tyke is the last thing I want on my agenda right now with this whole Hannah business. Fortunately, I am well versed in how the world works. I've long learned that the show must go on no matter what hurdles come in my way. Kat, how dare you could have taken a picture of the blep for us. I bet you as soon as I grabbed it, he would have unblepped. So I set to prepare for the day. Running a comb through my hair is just divine and simply making me feel more human. Bed hair is disgusting, though it isn't as bad now as it was when I was a child. With how expensive a trip to the barber's was, I often had to grow it out until Mother had the time to cut it for me. The curls and tangles were simply horrid. Why, I was even mistaken as a little girl because of that. It certainly doesn't help that I was named Lucille. Someone has some toxic masculinity issues. A freshly pressed shirt is enough to chase away the last signs of sleepiness. The feel of crisp and clean cloth in my hands is a clear marker to start the day. Smoothing down my suit and hair with a sigh, I steel myself for the horrors. The horrors that come with taking care of a child.
Good morning,
A child.
Luke.
A child, no. Speak of the devil and she shall appear. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, Kylie grins up at me as soon as I open the bedroom door. She swings the backpack she's clutching, hitting my leg in a show of impatience and looking entirely unapologetic for it.
Did you just wake up? Don't tell me you forgot. It's our play date today.
I doubt I'd forget. Kylie's visits are frequent enough thing that they've found a way into my schedule. They're supposed to be visits to her grandmother. But we can't pick who a child gets along with. So long as I'm not busy, her father can drop her off for the day. Which is all well and good for me if it makes Suarez focus on work I've given him. Besides, she's a bright child, tolerable. Kid's got a good head on her shoulders and can get pretty mature for her age at times. Of course, they have to thank me for that. Her parents can take partial credit, but Hannah and I have been there for this kid since she was a small babe. Why, I can still remember the first time I saw her. It was during her baptism. The only reason I was there was to accompany Hannah, who was to be named godmother. She was such a tiny thing, not even a year old, and swaddled in her mother's arms in white cloth. It was the first time I really saw an infant up close enough to hold one at least. It had been terrifying to be given a little child to carry after the whole water ceremony. I've never done so before that, to hold a tiny life in my arms. I could have just dropped her on her head, and this little tyke before me would have been stopped existing then and there. But the child just smiled at me, babbling nonsensical words as children do, and clinging to me even as I tried to hand her off to Hannah. She had thought it was hilarious and adorable. My suit had been a mess, and I was nearly an anxious wreck by the time I handed her back to her mother. Yet it was pleasant, too.
Of course I didn't, you little rugrat. I just had to take care of something before you arrived.
Really? Well, I guess that's fine. As long as you told me for work like last time.
Really? Now why don't we go back down and have breakfast in the parlor?
I already ate at home. Papa made one of his tortillas de patatas. He wouldn't let me leave until I finished every bite.
Hi, Kath. No problem. You get all the rest. You deserve it. Ah, the Suarez infamous tortilla de patatas. Is that how you say that? Those things are a hazard. You can probably use one to bludgeon someone into submission with how huge they are. It's a miracle Kylie is still so energetic. I had trouble staying awake the first time I had one. Speaking of staying awake.
Well, I need some coffee in me at the very least. But if you'd like, you can jump straight to dessert.
Yes! Dessert, please!
It's easy enough to manage Kylie with the promise of sweets, thankfully. And this is how you get cavities! The hard part is managing her before she gets the sweets, because I nearly have a heart attack when the kid races down the stairs. Just the thought of her slipping and breaking her neck is enough to make me rush down after her.
Slow down! The food isn't going anywhere.
The food is going somewhere. In my tummy.
Jesus fucking Christ. Children.
Mm-hmm. With a shake of my head, I usher Kylie towards the parlor and order a maid to bring food for us. Whatever breakfast there is, along with a cup of coffee for me and an ice cream for Kylie. But I can't leave the kid alone for too long unless I want to let her turn the other room into a slaughter ground. True to my expectations, I've only left Kylie alone for a few minutes, but she's already made herself comfortable. The stuff from her backpack has been left scattered across the room, from coloring books to crayons to toys. She's well equipped to amuse herself with no trouble, though I can certainly breathe a little easier if she won't bring her doll along every time she visits. Narcissa, is that how you say it? Or Sissa is a creepy little bugger. It doesn't help when Kylie left her during one. Finding the thing at the bottom of the stairs staring up at me at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning is a memory that I won't be leaving me anytime soon. That's fair. You can bribe me with dessert as well. Yeah. This is one of the many reasons I never want children. I would be totally unable to cope with the anxiety of them getting injured, etc. just from existing. Yeah, that makes me anxious. But also, I think you just go, you do the best you can. You just take care of them the best you can. But yeah, if I saw them doing crazy stuff at, like, the park, I'd be like, just don't do that. Don't do that. Please. I see kids do stuff at parks that I'm just like... Even now, it stares at me from where it's seated. I'm wholly tempted to just throw the thing into the fireplace and banish it from whence it came. I can buy her a prettier doll, a better toy. I will break it, find a way to get rid of it if it wasn't for Hannah, and if only Kylie wasn't so attached to it. You probably did those stuff at least, or at that age. Oh, I somewhat did. I did things I probably shouldn't have, for sure, like climbed into things or onto things I shouldn't have. But Daredevil stuff that my friends did, I never did. I was a pretty anxious kid, so I was a little worried about hurting myself when it came to doing stunts. But climbing stuff, I did try to climb whatever I fucking could. but I felt secure. If I don't feel secure enough, I didn't risk it. The thing is some antique doll she found for the brat's 6th birthday. One of a kind. My darling Hannah loves her so. And Kylie does try to be a good goddaughter, but she just can't keep her interests long with the wife. It's not something that Hannah does wrong with on her part. She does try so very, very hard. It's just that she doesn't quite know how to really handle children. She'd never been around other children when she was young, surrounded by protective adults who catered to her every whim and worried about her safety every minute. When she isn't able to keep up with Kylie, her first instinct is to be strict. Impose rules on the child, treat her as if she is made of spun glass, like every moment might break her. Movement. I at least have some idea from being around street kids. I know the games they've played and how they think. I know that scraps and skin needs are a part of childhood, even with how I grew up. I had time to be a child and not some sheltered heiress. With Kylie, as behaved as she can be with her toys and her books and arts, she has to use up all her energy somehow. To run around the playground and make a mess in the mud, or even just fake wrestle for a while. Let her be a child when she wants, I say. If it becomes too much, just bribe her with sweets and ship her back to Papa. Problem solved. Well, that's because it's not permanent. It's not your permanent child. Oh, I'm sure I did. I rode my tricycle full pelt into a brick wall when I was 3, but my outlook on life has changed rather since then. That's fair. Unfortunately, Hannah isn't quite up to those sort of things most of the time, thinking it'll spoil the child. Turns a whole playdate awkward every time. Well, taking the last seat left, I plucked one of the coloring books from the table to see it filled with dinosaurs. Not exactly what I expect to see from a little girl, doesn't hurt anyone. If she wants to play with dolls and cars, or dolls with their cars, what do I care? She once put a doll's tutus. I was like, what's tutus? Pronouncing things incorrectly. She once put a doll's tutu on model cars even.
Oh, this is a new one. The last one you had was filled with horses, wasn't it?
Those were ponies, Tio. They're much cuter than horses. But we went to a dinosaur zoo, and it was awesome! Dinosaurs are my favorite.
I have no idea what that is, but it must be something. I'm
What's
only familiar
Tutter's
with a
Precious?
T-Rex myself.
Yeah, they found, fossils of its claws. They're really long.
You don't like kissing brick walls anymore?
They think the whole theory might be a bazillion meters tall, even bigger than a T-Rex. Cisa says it'll be big enough to eat all my classmates.
Oh, Cisa's got evil thoughts. She only laughs as I scrunch up my nose and grimace.
Takako says you're making a really funny face.
Taka who?
Takako, a friend I made.
I have to stop and look around, expecting one of the help to be there. The child does have a way of befriending just about anyone, as long as she puts her mind to it. Yet the two of us are completely alone. Thankfully, she only finds my disturbed look as another funny grown-up expression. That might be a lot more problematic than whether she plays with dolls or cars, though. Both the thoughts of Cisa giving Kylie ideas and one of said ideas being massacre by dinosaur, something I probably need to bring up with her father aside from work. But beyond murderous dinosaurs, creepy dolls, and imaginary friends, I find no trouble with Kylie. She's as energetic and precious as any trike her age can be. She's an angel if she can get comfy and settle in after getting her sweets. Is this a good place to stop, by the way? No, I moved on eventually. Fair. Aw, that looks so good, chat. I did worse stuff anyway. Fair. That looks so fucking good. How many saves do we have? Oh, too many. That's fine. We have so many. Oh, is this blueberry and strawberry? I just want the blueberries. That breakfast. So good. Stop whenever you're ready? Okay. Because it is 5 and I hungry. But, yo, I'm going to save again. Yeah. We did it! Maybe Ash is alive. I think Ash is alive because he didn't, like, flat out die. And it seems like it's pretty obvious when someone dies or I make a bad decision. So I think Ash is okay for now. And now we just have Luke left with Although I've been really enjoying his voice acting. Also, I love harassing his character, even though he can't hear me. It's quite fun. I have a lot of fun with it, but we'll just see how that goes. Cause holy crap, shit is getting real. With everyone at like the climax there, like I didn't expect it to be everyone there. So I'm excited and nervous to see how this goes. Just a bit. I'll catch the VOD. No problem. Stress. Yeah. So. Oh. So next stream's maybe the last one? Maybe? I don't know. So. We'll have to see. But let's give some love to someone in Raid. But thank you so much, Hall, for being a lovely Patreon bean. And for recommending this game, because this game is quite the adventure, isn't it? Getting close to the end. So close. So close. So. Love how cozy Cat looks today. Oh, thank you. It's cold. It's been like fucking anywhere from 0 to 10 degrees here. Sometimes negative at night. I hate that. So I'm cold. I'm so cold. But let's give some love to someone. Let's give some love to... Let's give some love to Kuri. Kuri's currently making some Pokemon panels. Oh, they're really fucking cute. Let's go alert friendly. Also family friendly, so please no swearing in her chat. But she's absolutely wonderful, and I highly recommend Kuri because she's wonderful and chill and just really nice to listen to if you got other things to do at the same time. Like, she's just great to have on and vibe with. So let's go give her all the love. Get your swears out now. Fuck, shit, damn it. I think I know a Kuri. Let's go give Kuri all that love. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for my birthday stream. I got my birthday Sunday, but we're celebrating tomorrow at noon Central Standard Time. From noon to 1, we'll be doing some of that sweet chatting life of just like talking to one another. But then 1 to 3 is going to be Final Fantasy 14 with River, Fender, and Wolf. And then from 3 to 5 we'll be with Kita. We'll open some presents and then play some Origami 2. And then 5 to 6 or 7 I'll be doing some marbles on stream with you guys so everyone can participate. And the whole stream, well, for every bits and donation, we'll work on you guys get to vote on which emote will be the next emote. So thank you guys so much for being here. Have a lovely evening and a lovely weekend if I don't see you tomorrow. Be safe. I'll see you guys later.